I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today is Friday, Quid Pro Quo Friday, and we've got Max. He's in the room. He's in the live chat right now over at iBlog. There he is. Thanks for the cameo, Max. You got the cool sunglasses on, and everything's good. Right on. And Max just got our pro account, gifted us another month over at iBlog so we can do this camera opportunity for all of you who want to chat with me and or share openly. We've got lots of things going on in the news today, a lot of information gathering about Donald Trump. It seems he's getting a little bit haggard from his time as our president, and I don't know how he's held up so well, really, over the years, other than his incredibly good program of not working out and eating lots of cheeseburgers and drinking Diet Coke. Because I think he's cresting. He's in his own element. But there are people who are concerned about what he's saying. I mean, CNN, of course, rags on him all the time. And they're saying that during the interview, Trump defended his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, which makes sense. But he made some outrageous statements about Ukraine, which one of our viewers said, this is an audio clip. Donald usually has video interviews. This might be altered by the Russians or the Ukrainians if you believe Trump's conspiracy theory. I like you. And I like you. I like gays. I don't dislike them. I just don't think we have to cater to gay public policy. That's the difference. I just don't want you people discriminated against. Jerry Sandusky has been sentenced to 30 to 60 years. Wow. I didn't realize, same as before, apparently this guy's just getting bounced around. I'll get to that story in just a second. You people. That's right. Now let's listen to Donald Trump. You tell me if this is a real audio clip of Donald Trump, or could it be a computerized, generated audio clip?
Hour this morning, the president blasted the week's witnesses. and also welcomed the possibility of a Senate trial if the House votes to impeach, calling on both Congressman Adam Schiff and the whistleblower to testify. Throughout the interview, the president once again repeatedly bringing up debunked conspiracy theories about Ukraine.
Ukraine hated me. They were after me in the election. They wanted Hillary Clinton to win. And when I won, all of a sudden they became so nice.
Why would he say that? Ukraine didn't hate Donald Trump. They never made any statements like that. And yet he's saying the narrative is that Ukraine rigged the election when we know that Russia rigged the election. And he won't deal with that reality. So Tekwala thought maybe that's an audio clip that's been falsely generated to denigrate our president. Yeah. Very astute of you, Tekwala, to think that. So we can't really trust this entire story, so I'm going to throw it out. I'm going to give Donald Trump the benefit of the doubt, okay? What's a ghost gun? An untraceable, do-it-yourself firearm used in California high school shooting. Wow. Using a high-end 3D printer, $80 to $70 to $170 in materials, some 3D guns can use only small bits of metal for ammo and roofing nail-sized firing pins. That's scary. And these things can get through metal detectors. That's worth noting. I don't know if I really care that much about it, though, right now. And look what Meow TV found tonight. Excuse me, Medbrawl. He found a 1980 Citroen that is designed like Tesla's new truck, pickup truck. It's amazing. I mean, did Tesla go to the drawing board or did he go to Citroen for information? So this obvious similarity between Tesla's new truck makes one wonder what's going on. I have a clip that I did, and I have a new YouTube account. It's been sitting there dormant for a long time, and I just activated it. I posted this small clip of a Fox News show, and I'm seeing how many people are going to click on it. No one's retweeted it yet. Okay, now this is the clip. I'm going to play it for you. But first I want to make sure I have a good picture of it.
Sure? Yeah. Oh my God. Well, maybe that was a little too hard.
We're gonna do it again. We're gonna try it again. Takes the ball, throws it again, shatters the car. Obviously, this is not what Musk expected listening to us to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fix it in post.
So he released this thing claiming it's unbreakable glass, and clearly it's shattered. So he's going to go back to the drawing board. But I posted this link on my new YouTube account, Third Party, to see if they're going to be censoring that too. And so far they have. But anyway, working on trying to figure out all the reasons why I've been censored, and I was looking at my analytics, and this past week I had 36,000 impressions. 36,000 impressions. And 7 people dropped off following me. Isn't this amazing? 36, or I'm going to say 35,000, 35.4 thousand, 120 tweets, and check this out. I dropped 7 people, 7 followers dropped. I mean, it's just uncanny. I'm still shocked that I'm so shadow banned and knocked down over at Twitter. Okay, let's talk about other things. They can't stop me. They're going to try, but they can't stop me. A bus stop fights back. Paris protesters face unexpected backlash while staging a street mayhem. So a bus stop is actually going to attack somebody who's hitting it. Let's take a look. Wow. So it's unbreakable. If only the glass on his windows of his new Tesla truck had been designed like that, that really is unbreakable. Real videos under this? Okay. I think this is Allah's will. Yes, it's also unbreakable. Now, if only Tesla could come up with that, that would be great. Yes, made in France, guaranteed Arab résistante. Ha 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 ha. I am trying to speak in French dialect to make it sound like I do speak French, but I don't. Well, it's pretty amazing how they make unbreakable glass in France, but Elon can't come up with that. So Elon is using a type of designing called iterative designing, and that's what I commented on in the video. I actually posted information on iterative designs. Doing what he does best, iterative design, and then you click on it, it talks about fix it in post. Anyway, and when you go to the link itself at YouTube, it talks about iterative design. Iterative design is a design methodology based on a cyclic process of prototyping, testing, analyzing, and refining a product or process based on the results of testing the most recent iteration of a design. Changes and refinements are made. In other words, he fails and then fixes it in post. So I think it's perfectly fine that Elon's doing that, because he's doing a pretty unusual job of keeping a company going amidst all kinds of debt load. He has $19 billion in debt, you know. So let's talk to Max for a bit. Max, you recently found some, if your speaking is going on, you recently found some Bitcoins. You're not doing a speaking thing? No? Okay. No. Okay. No. No speaky. Okay, no problem. At least you got on the video. You're fine. He recently found an old computer, and he received like many Bitcoins in there that he had previous to his bankruptcy. The Cybertruck is very fast. The body is strong. Yeah, I'm impressed. And you know what I heard, that Elon is selling this for $39,900. Isn't that amazing? My chair makes noise. Don't worry about the chair. It's part of the deal. Hey, thanks, Ace. Appreciate it. I can't tell you how much it means to me for you to comment about my hair like that. Yeah, that's okay. So you made 40 grand on your Bitcoins that were sitting in a computer. That is amazing, Max. Well, thank goodness you had that old computer, because you got wiped out by a financial cost of over $500,000 for a stroke that he had. And I must say, you look pretty good, man, considering you've been through the ringer. Max was dead for 18 minutes, legally dead for 18 minutes, and he's back better than ever. Max was a six-figure guy. Right on. And even works out now. Thanks, Daryl. Max was a six-figure guy, and he got hit with a stroke and died for 18 minutes and came back to life. Now he does crossword puzzles to keep his mind active. And he's a sharp guy, and he's a good link provider too, and he's been very, very good. And he has to get to bed early because he's out in Montreal. So we have a little bit of his show tonight. He's doing pretty dang well. Though that's for the rear-wheel drive, really? The 39.9? The front-wheel drive is more expensive? The twin motor is $49.95. Okay, I didn't know. Well, I can tell you that some people who are buying the F-150 this year may be reconsidering, because those trucks are super powerful. And he claims he can pull like 13,000 pounds, which is more than your average trailer pulling needs. I'm actually thinking of getting one. Yeah. I know it's a little bit exaggerant, though. I really don't have $39,000 to blow on that. But I'd rather buy an old F-150 for $4 grand than buy a $39,000 electric truck, let alone $49,000. So hopefully the F-150 market won't be too impacted by Elon's weird designed vehicle, but hey, whatever. It charges 189 miles in 15 minutes, so that's impressive. He must have a 240 volt charging pack that can pump in that electricity really fast. You can go 189 miles on a 15-minute charge. That is impressive. I'm pretty blown away. Hey, you got a link about Donald Trump? We're still talking about that impeachment thing. Well, apparently it's dogging Donald Trump. He doesn't want to, in one sense, he wants a trial, but he doesn't want a trial. He wants to defend himself. As all of you simply want to defend yourself, it's not easy to imagine this president having to now indeed to defend himself, because of the process of discovery and the inquiry. He's not allowed to defend himself and cross-examine every single person he wants to call to the witness stand. So in a way, the Republicans are right. This process really just talks about the people that could step forward. Many people are asked to step forward. Giuliani wouldn't testify. Pompeo wouldn't testify. Dan McGahn wouldn't testify. He wanted to testify, but Trump wouldn't let Dan McGahn testify. And there are others too. Recently, Mick Mulvaney, his chief of staff, said there is a quid pro quo, and they do quid pro quo all the time. Trump said no, Mick's not going to testify. So Mick is standing back from testifying. So the people that don't want to testify could be called up, and Donald may willingly put them on the stand in the Senate stage. So if it does get past the House where they impeach, then we'll go on to the Senate where a real trial takes place. The officials handed a House a pile of stuff for impeachment. Okay, we got two stories to cover real quick. Let's do this one first. Does Ukraine have the DNC server like Trump says? We fact-checked it. Okay, let's take a look.
President Trump calling into Fox and Friends this morning, attacking many of the witnesses in the impeachment hearings and continuing to push the debunked conspiracy theory that Ukraine interfered in the 2016 election, claiming the Ukrainians have a hacked server that belongs to the DNC.
The FBI went in and they told him, get out of here. You're not kidding. We're not giving it to you. They gave the server to CrowdStrike, or whatever it's called, which is a company owned by a very wealthy Ukrainian. And I still want to see that server. You know, the FBI has never gotten that server. That's a big part of this whole thing. Why did they give it to a Ukrainian?
NBC's Jane Tim is with me now. And Jane, this is not the first time we have talked about this conspiracy theory. But for our viewers who are wondering what is going on, what is this conspiracy theory Trump's talking about, and where did it all come from?
The conspiracy theory is broadly that Ukraine is actually the one that meddled in the 2016 election, something we know to have been Russian ordered by Putin and done by Russia. And the idea is maybe that Russia was framed, and it's actually Ukraine that meddled in the election, framed Russia, and this was all sort of orchestrated by the Democrats to make Trump look bad. Now, if there's a global conspiracy, you think the Democrats would maybe want to win an election, not try and just make the guy who won it look bad. But at the end of the day, there's almost no evidence for this. So you see the president kind of hinting and talking about these things. He uses a lot of keywords. The DNC server, CrowdStrike. He sort of hints at this instead of saying it very point blank like I just did, because it sounds just bananas at some point. There is no evidence. American intelligence authorities are very clear. Russia meddled in the U.S. election, and Ukraine did not have this large-scale hacking effort, this sowing divisiveness. There's just no evidence that Ukraine is secretly the one who did all this.
During the public impeachment hearings yesterday, Trump's former Russia advisor Fiona Hill testified about this theory, calling the claims fiction. Let's listen to that.
Based on questions and statements I've heard, some of you on this committee appear to believe that Russia and its security services did not conduct a campaign against our country, and that perhaps, somehow, for some reason, Ukraine did. This is a fictional narrative that has been perpetrated and propagated by the Russian security services themselves.
Her testimony obviously hasn't stopped theories like this one from being spread around. Is there any evidence, Jane, to support in any way that the Democratic Party held anything back from U.S. law enforcement?
No, we don't see evidence that. And then I think one of the things she mentioned that's so important, and I think her testimony made really clear, is that this theory that Ukraine did it is actually something that Russian intelligence wants us to believe because it absolves them of an international attack on an adversary. There is no evidence that the DNC held anything back. The president likes to talk about the server. There isn't just one server. There's actually many servers. That's not how technology works. But there isn't some server that was like withheld from the FBI, how investigations work. And I actually talked to the guy who went into the DNC when they got hacked and looked into these things. And he says, you know, in investigations like this, we take a digital copy of a server and then we do our work. And so that is what happened. The FBI was given digital copies of the server. There's no reason to believe that there was some kind of conspiracy here or that anything was held back. But by all accounts, what it appears that the DNC didn't want to tell people that they got hacked by a foreign adversary in the middle of an election. And it was really a big deal. So they hired a private security firm to come in and do this. Most people do hire private security firms when they are hacked and then later go to law enforcement when they realize something is going wrong. But there's just no evidence of some wide-scale global conspiracy to try and take down the Trump campaign, and that was secretly by Ukraine, but not Russia. I mean, at the end of the day, we know what happened. Russia meddled in the 2016 election.
Yeah, and I can even add a little innuendo or two to this that isn't talked about in the mainstream media. When Michael Flynn was found out to be a Russian agent, this is after William Barr wrote a 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein asking to not investigate Michael Flynn. Our current Attorney General tried to avoid investigating a guy who was a Russian agent, just to clarify that. That's in the record. And he's still our Attorney General. But anyway, Michael Flynn was the guy working the angles for Ukraine. And when he left, Michael Cohen, who was getting money on the side, which he admitted to getting money from Poroshenko and even the Russians. Michael Flynn started going against the Poroshenko and favoring the Russians and started promoting the replacement of the new president with Artemenko. Now, Artemenko was a Russian allied, basically a shill that Russia was trying to install. So Michael Cohen was spreading the message that they would install a Russian agent basically in there, and that was never brought up in any of these trials. The other fact was obviously having a new election and Zelensky winning. They didn't have any real anger toward Donald Trump that I heard of, and there was no news about that, yet Trump claims that they were out to get him, and he doesn't want to abide by the official narrative that Russia was involved. So Trump seems to be doing everything Russia is telling him to do. He's standing behind Russia at all turns against our own State Department, and even Dan Coat, who was our former top security guy, had to resign over this issue because Trump kept insisting it wasn't a big deal, no meddling. I cannot court Tulsi Gabbard as a vice president because, number one, she's been marked as a Russian collaborator. I have evidence that Tulsi actually doesn't know what she's doing. Case in point, let's take a look at this, and I'll get to that link you just sent me in a second. A second's up, right? Okay. But watch this link of Tulsi, and tell me this isn't the most bizarre statement you've ever heard from a candidate. This really questions my trust in her or anything she says. Her filters didn't stop this from going out. She actually said this. Watch. I posted on Twitter today.
Offering these options as a loophole for the rich and powerful. Now let's look at what happened recently in Florida. You have a multimillionaire named Jeffrey Epstein who went to jail in Florida for molesting girls. He was allowed to leave prison 12 hours a day, 6 days a week on a work release program, even allowed to return back to his mansion while he was serving time. Why not have house arrest and work release options ready for everyday Americans who commit nonviolent offenses instead of only offering these options as a loophole for the rich and powerful to exploit? Now let's look at...
Do you hear what she just said? She just said, why can't we just let everybody who's child trafficking get off on those same charges? Can you believe this? They unearthed this from 2007, but that's nuts. And I wrote that this takes liberalism to a whole new level. It shows a gross lack of judgment regarding punishment and the wrongs committed by criminals. Epstein bought his freedom, but she wants everybody to get off on this. There's no way we would turn a blind eye to these crimes. And Epstein should have been charged with 10 to 15 years, not 1 year. Even Labor Secretary Acosta has said that he was told to back off of the prosecution of Epstein because Epstein was in, quote, intelligence, unquote. No, she wasn't being sarcastic. This is real.
What happened recently in Florida? You have a multimillionaire named Jeffrey Epstein who went to jail in Florida for molesting girls. He was allowed to leave prison 12 hours a day, 6 days a week on a work release program, even allowed to return back to his mansion while he was serving time. Why not have house arrest and work release options ready for everyday Americans who commit nonviolent offenses instead of only offering these options as a loophole for the rich and powerful to exploit?
And here's a photograph of her making the triangle sign of the Masons. Yeah, it's very weird. She's seemingly a strange and odd character to have endorsed such lax punishment of low-level criminals. I'm more than willing to talk about releasing low-level criminals of drug-related crimes, but not pedophilia. We want to protect children. But here she is in a picture with a known Antifa gun dealer at the bottom of the screen. Whoops, sorry. Very suspicious. Yeah, and she's making this mark of the devil with her hand, too. It's like, what's going on with this woman? I mean, what's wrong with her judgment? That's a bad judgment call to be in a picture like that. So I'm not sure where she's going, but she's certainly not rating on the list. Pete Buttigieg has had the best recent polling results in the Iowa straw polls because CNN decided to call up a bunch of transgenders and say, who are you voting for? Serial killers, have you ever been exploited? No. Oh, good. I like leftovers. Thank you, sir. I'll do the toaster oven. Okay, thank you so much. Simone Biles' response to report USA Gymnastics knew of her concerns about Larry Nassar. Oh, okay. All right, well, a couple of stories I got to go to first. This is an ongoing story about a gymnast, and Larry Nassar got 169 years in prison. He'll be serving consecutive sentences for molesting girls, but she claims that other people knew. Responds to report that USA Gymnastics knew of her concerns over Larry Nassar and didn't do anything. Well, that's something. That's indicting the entire Olympic Committee.
The world's most decorated gymnast is demanding answers. An explosive report in the Wall Street Journal says USA Gymnastics knew Simone Biles had concerns about former team doctor Larry Nassar back in 2015, but never asked for her to be interviewed and never alerted Biles that the FBI was investigating. Biles tweeting late today, "Did everyone know but me?" And earlier tweeting, "Can't tell you how hard this is to read and process. The pain is real and doesn't just go away."
Double layer with a half.
Biles was a rising star, winning gold for the U.S. in Rio. It was only after the Olympics in 2016 that Biles was interviewed by the FBI. That FBI investigation now under review itself for taking so long. Biles went public with her story last year, saying she too was a victim of Nassar's.
We've done everything that they asked us for. You had one job. You literally had one job, and you couldn't protect us.
Allie Raisman is one of many other athletes who say they were abused by Nassar. Her family today demanding the DOJ Inspector General release their findings on whether the FBI mishandled the investigation. The current head of USAG saying she was surprised, deeply saddened, and outraged to learn what happened to Biles and offering apologies. As of now, Simone Biles is training for Tokyo as Larry Nassar serves his sentence. Kate Snow, NBC News, New York.
Okay, thank you, Kate. A couple other stories here. Officials handed the House a pile of evidence for impeachment. Analysis, yet as Democrats move toward a pre-Christmas vote, they still find a wall of Republican loyalists at the President Donald Trump's side. But the mountain of evidence against Trump is sitting in their pocket here. All right, so Okay, now we got another story that just came in. A diabetic WestJet passenger claims flight gave him meal with only potatoes, the two most dangerous foods for a diabetic. Okay. One way to celebrate Diabetes Awareness Month. A WestJet passenger's flight quickly went south after flight attendants served him 2 different potato preps after he requested a diabetic-friendly meal. You never get what you want nowadays, you know? The investigative document related to the FBI's secretive surveillance of a former Trump campaign advisor. The FBI employee allegedly altered an email to substantiate his inaccurate version of events. The employee has since been forced out of the bureau. Okay. The new evidence pertains to the FBI's FISA court warrant application to survey Carter Page. Details beyond the new evidence is expected to be outlined in Horowitz's upcoming report. Carter Page was the first person that we found to have been involved with the Russians. Now, I read a lot of the stories about him, and I can tell you that the FBI had the Russians under surveillance ahead of Carter Page, and that Carter Page's FISA warrant was a formality because they were actually trying to warn Carter Page that the Russians were recruiting him as a possible tool in the upcoming 2016 election at the time. Carter Page was talked to by the FBI and ignored their request and continued to meet the Russians who were recruiting him. So this story really doesn't have a lot of pull, in my opinion, because the FBI record predates this. They surveyed all kinds of tactics by the Russians. They were under their radar back under Obama's administration. Okay, I think we got that under cover. I just showed everybody Elon Musk's shatterproof windows, and I reactivated our third-party account. I posted it over there. And I'm just going to test it out to see how many hits I get. I got 12 views so far, so something's wrong. We're getting some sort of censorship over on YouTube, but I'll play this for you so you can see his new car. And it had a terrible problem. They threw a rock at the window. It's supposed to be shatterproof, or I should say unbreakable. And watch this.
Sure? Yeah. Oh my God. Well,
thank you.
Maybe that was a little too hard.
We're going to do it again. We're going to try it again. Takes the ball, throws it again, shatters the car. Obviously, this is not what Musk expected listening to say. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Fix it in post.
Okay. Yeah, they're going to fix it in post, all right. So I posted that, and we'll see if that gets any more than 12 hits. But I'm watching the censorship going on that channel, too. Okay, we'll see where that goes. Meanwhile, Sarah's here, and we've got other stuff to talk about. I've got a couple things I want to show you. Along the lines of that particular car, I'm going to move this over here. There is a series of cars that Medveral sent us. Which would you rather pick of all these vehicles? And a Citroen in the right corner was made in 1980. We have a copy of that too. But here's some vehicles that look like the truck that Tesla has created. I'd go with this one right here, number 3. But that truck is pretty amazing. It goes from 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds or something.
I do like the Citroen.
I know. The Citroen is a cool looking car, isn't it?
What's number 6? Is that Tesla's?
Yes, number 6 is Tesla's. Number 2 is built like a large survival vehicle to handle the space activity. I think I'd take number 1 or number 2 or number 4. They're all looking good.
Personal carrier from Athens, the top right.
Yeah.
That's how he says.
Oh, really? Well, this truck that Elon has just presented, number 6 choice, is it can pull 13,000 pounds, and its list price is $39,000. But I think you need the dual drive, which is $49,000 to pull 13,000 pounds. Yeah, say you want to take your trailer out for a little hybriding or electric travel trips. $49,000 will get you a car that will do that. And it can charge apparently in 15 minutes to go 185 miles. That's an amazing innovation. A 15-minute charge to go 185 miles. It's amazing. Hey, if you're wondering why we're banning Howie, it's because we found out that Howie was actually a guy who gang stalked us for a year on YouTube and shut down our YouTube channel. So I'm just banning him every time he comes in. He's welcome to get a new name, though, and probably hang out in the room. We wouldn't detect him for a while. Elon is responsible for Bolivia. Okay, Lou. Is he getting cheap batteries down there, or parts, or... Okay, I've got a couple of links that came in from Meow TV, but I don't really want to waste your time with it. But here's the 1980s Citroen, and they were way ahead of their time then. I mean, this is one of the most amazing cars. Look at this. That is so cool. That's one steering wheel. Isn't that amazing? With 2 passengers in the front on both sides. Pretty wide format, good turning radius. It kind of looks like the Pacer a little bit. Remember when the Pacer came out around the same time? Very 80s looking, yeah. But I really like the design of Tesla truck. And the dang thing is bulletproof, too. For $49,000, it's bulletproof, yeah. But as you can see, the windows haven't been worked out. I know, one steering wheel, but it's centered in the center of the console is what I was saying. Thank you. Pacer would make a nice little terrarium. You could probably have a Pacer that's a terrarium. See Tesla's Cybertruck Unbreakable Windows.
That would be funny if we had 2 steering wheels so I could try to take over David's driving.
Yeah.
No.
You could get a training wheel installed, so you could train me to drive it. So here's the final results, and here's another video of the same thing. CNN posted their version.
Yep.
Yeah, so it didn't really handle.
Elon Musk has unveiled the Cybertruck. The pickup starts at just under $40,000, and that version can travel about 400 kilometers or 250 miles on a full charge. A more expensive version is expected to get around 800 kilometers or 500 miles from a full charge. Musk claims the stainless steel exterior is bulletproof, won't scratch, and the armor glass is unbreakable. But watch what happened when they put it to the test.
Well,
now you'd think he would have done that ahead of time. You know, this is how fast everything has to be done with Tesla. They do projects that are so rapid that they didn't even bother testing if it worked prior. Well, it didn't break. You're right about that. It's unbreakable. So technically, it's an unbreakable window.
It didn't break.
Most tempered glass won't break if you hit it with a rock, but if you hit it with a really sharp point, like a ice spike, things you spike ice with, you can definitely break windows. They'll shatter all over the place. It's all about the exact fulcrum of power going into that window that fractures it. If it's hit with a blunt object like your fist, it'll just kind of break sideways. An ice pick, thank you. They said, okay, Tekwala is thinking really deep in this, and he's saying this was done on purpose. They were told there's something to mess up so the people who are brought in, or the fence will say, oh great, what a fake. It's all intentional, David,
Yeah,
all intentional.
Yeah, because he's getting a lot more press
out
of him claiming it's shatterproof.
Right.
Yeah, and saying, ha ha, look, he didn't, look at this. I mean, he's getting a lot more press than if it were shatterproof.
Negative publicity is good publicity for you money. Good point. Unless, of course, you're censored like I am. Even negative publicity doesn't get me what I want. So Max gifted us another month.
Oh,
the third month he's gifted us. It was very nice of him. And he's got the cameras live over there. Other people can join iBlog. If you want to check out iBlog, go to coolrock.com and allow the flash operation to work, and you can get your camera engaged and start interacting. You can even talk if you have a mic, which is something some people do. We give them an opportunity to speak on the show. Thank you, Tekwala, for your insight. He was even questioning a video that we got from Donald Trump. He said it's just audio. Normally Trump does a complete video with an audio clip. It was strange, and Tekwala said maybe the Russians are faking Trump's response. It's a possibility. You could theoretically have a computer sounding like Trump talk to MSNBC and make some outrageous statements, and they would be affecting our election if they did that. Very interesting theories about all these fake things that are going on. Amid our concern about fake news, they're generating fake news as we sit and watch. Very bizarre stuff.
Okay, do you want me to?
I'm going to get up and do it. I have to use the restroom anyway. Thank you. So you play music on Cool Rock when you get off work? Cool. I've got some great musical instruments there you can play with.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Well, I think she just relaxes on here, watching you. Well, I'm sure he does calls because sometimes he's at home in his bed and he's like, but I want to tell him what I think. I'm going to call up that show. Tell him what I think. Give him a piece of my mind. Anyway. Hello, maxed out credit. I am okay, yeah. Oh, yes, thank you for Moni. I did see that 2 potential school shooting threats were thwarted in Los Angeles. In one incident, investigators say they found an AR-15, 100 rounds of ammunition, and a list of intended targets and a drawing of a school's layout. Hi, how was my week? My week was great. It was pretty cool. I had this cool thing we do at our school called a STEM night. So we have the kids come and their families and they like do some kind of STEM activity, which was pretty cool last night. So that's why I just came in and I was like a few minutes and I wasn't really talkative, and then I just went straight to bed after that. I mean, I did eat some of David's rice dish that he made because it was full of vegetables like he said, but then I just I went to bed and I didn't wake up till this morning. I had a kind of a nightmare last night though.
Oh, what happened?
I don't know. It was a nightmare.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I do know a little bit about the nightmare, but it's not worth repeating. Like, actually, one of my students had a daymare and was saying something like what she was experiencing. I'm like, when you're scared and you're whatever, that's, keep it to yourself. Don't scare everybody else. I don't know. I think it's just something with you. If you changed your name to anything else, it would be fine. Haha, Charlie. Maybe it was carb sleep. I think it was just, actually, it was because we did this STEM thing. And so for 2 hours, I had like 12 stations where they were using spaghetti, dry spaghetti sticks, and they had to build the tallest tower they could with a few items, 20 spaghetti sticks, a yard of tape, a yard of string, and then they had to put a big marshmallow on top, so it was like how to hold up the marshmallow, and they called it the Marshmallow Challenge. So of course everybody came to that station because they all wanted to do something with a marshmallow. And anyway, it's like 2 hours non-stop, every station full. And at first, when I first set it up, I had like, I don't know, 9 stations, but then I soon realized, we need to fill up every station. It's not just 9, this is a very popular one. And so they had different challenges in different rooms. They had one called Blast Off. I didn't get to see all the other challenges because I was just in charge of one challenge. And but it was cool. I'm glad we do that. We do our school does that instead of a science fair. It's just less, we want people to experience science and the fun of science and challenge, rather than like have all these parents like stress out about doing a science fair project, and usually like the parents end up doing it and the kids help them put the display board together, and then the kid doesn't even know what they actually did. Like you talk to them and they're like whereas what we do is we have these STEM nights where the families can come in, and then we tell them the challenge and they work on it together. And it's funny, some people can get really competitive, and you can tell like it's pretty interesting to watch different families, because some families like they like just say, oh, I'll watch what my child does, and other families are like, oh, trying to tell the kid, like ask the kid, well, what do you think we should do? What do you want to do? And then other families are like, move over, kid. This is how it's done. Like, you know, it's like the families that do all the work for the kids versus the ones that, you know, try to get the kids to go through that period of productive struggle. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, kids do like spaghetti and marshmallows. Yeah, it's interesting to watch the family dynamics. Yeah, I found that kind of interesting. And then I was prepping for a test today, and today I did all testing. Tonight there was a movie night, but I decided not to. Oh, good. Chat reset. I decided not to stay for that. It was Lion King, the older version. My sister really loved the Lion King. One of my sisters, but I was just. Well, and then tonight I prepped. Oh, like the last 2 weeks has been interesting because I've been okay. I've been teaching science, and I've partnered with another teacher so that I teach her science and she teaches my social studies. So we switch kids for an hour a week. Thanks, Space Shuttle, already taken care of. And anyway, I've just been really busy with science prep and science. I try to do as much hands-on science. We could just sit and read from a book, but in the last week, I've had 2 sandstorms, and we've been learning about erosion with these like tanks of sand, and in one little area they made like a sand castle and then poured water on it to watch that erode, and then another one they blew on dry sand to watch that blow away, and I was like, there's a sandstorm. And then they took ice, an ice cube, and like drug it down the sand, and could see like the sand sticks to the ice and will push, the ice will push sand too. And then we also they made a canyon, so they poured water onto the sand and watched it erode and form a canyon. Yeah, so that was a lot. No, I did not say that. No, I did that as well, Space Shuttle. I did both. I just said that what I said is I'm not going to share my nightmare with you, and I don't think people that have nightmares should share them with other people, because then other people could have nightmares. know why for you, Moni. Yep. I have not decided on my next computer. No, I think I still could work on this computer, especially I have now Arch Linux working on a virtual machine or virtual box, so I really appreciate that. And I think right now I just need to start maybe learning Python, and I know it has Python on, like Linux has it installed, but I also could install it on the Windows system itself, and then I could anyway, I could start using Python. Maxed out credit. Wow. Their dreams of being good, being well, and then you wake up and you're like, oh, but I'm not well. I had a stroke, man. It's like some people, I guess, that amputees have, you know, still feel their legs or something like that. Yeah. Or triple. All right. Should I go back on? I don't know. Anyway, so I was prepping all that sand and bottles of water and straws and all that. And then today I prepped all these little mini cups, solo cups, with soil. So the kids are going to look at next week the difference between soil and sand, and they're going to get some of the soil wet to look at dry soil versus wet soil, because they also did dry sand versus wet sand. I haven't gotten deep enough into Python to know how I like it. I haven't even really played with it at all. But it seems like an interesting operating system. I asked someone at a tech at my school, what should I study? And he said DOS commands and something else. Oh, I'm not sitting still or napping. I just didn't go back on. I didn't restart when okay, this cast should be back on. You wear glasses so people can't tell when you're napping. Yep. Yep, a lot of earth, earth science, geological science, that's what we're doing now, earth materials. So we talked about water, we looked at water, the water cycle. Then we looked at rocks and sand, and now we're looking at soil, and then I think I'll pretty much be done with earth materials or geological science for second graders. And then next we'll do, I think next is life science. Okay, G Nightcloud. No, we don't do the volcano thing, not in 2nd grade. I mean, there is a cool, like, we talk about volcanoes, but we don't do any volcano experiments. But no, the sand is a mess. Like, I have to tell the kids when they blow it, don't blow it too hard. It needs to stay on the table. I don't want to get it on the floor.
So I wanted to tell you that there's a new type of attack going on in chat rooms. Nearly 80% of 4chan is run by bots.
Oh yes.
And now they have bots coming into our show. So I kicked about 10 bots out in the beginning of the show. I actually gave them like a CAPTCHA question. So if you see anybody posting irrelevant things, it could be a bot.
Okay.
You have to actually give them a question, like a mathematical question.
Uh-huh.
And if they can't answer it, you can ban them.
Yeah.
If they're a new person and they look like a bot that's just posting crap in the room.
Okay. Hey, New York Viking, how are you? Wait, New York Viking, I know you have a different username over there. Yeah, I have heard Vaughn is down. It's a data center problem and they're looking into it. Oh, did you hear him, Mila Fries, that you have to send him a... Is the data center, like, his servers? What is 73 minus 18? Am I doing trivia? I could. I'm just trying to not do anything right now, actually. I'm just relaxing. Oh, I did, there is a joke I've heard 3 times today, so I could tell you joke or riddle or whatever it's called. Yes, I believe you're right, I love fries. The riddle is how or why didn't the scarecrow go to the dance? I'm glad you can see me, I love fries. That means it's working okay. Linux webmin servers under attack by Roboto P2P botnet. I think it's a scarecrow. But it would work for a skeleton too. The same answer would work for a skeleton. Why didn't the scarecrow go to the dance? Yes, you're right, Max out. Are you the one writing those jokes for my students? Because he had no body to go with. I think maybe it is a skeleton. I don't know. Oh, those are dad jokes. Yeah. You know, one riddle. Where does a fish keep his money? Let me think. In a riverbank. Oh, that's cute. I like that. What has 4 wheels and flies? 4 wheels and flies. Oh, I know that one. A garbage truck. I love garbage trucks. Well, and I love keeping like less garbage in the garbage truck. You know, I'm big on composting. I've got a better system for my compost, and I should probably write my book about how I compost. You're reading a book on anti-gravity and you can't put it down. Ha ha ha. Even if you wanted to. Yes. Yeah, you can throw bones in the compost, but it just takes a long time to break down. Oh. 9:51 p.m. Let's eat some tacos with that 1980s microwave oven. 9:91 p.m. Data center power outage detected. Oh, that's so funny. It's so hilarious. You burned 2,000 calories today. You left your food in the oven too long. Ha ha ha. That's cute. Oh, I was trying to spell ha 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 and I spelled something different, so I'm not going to write that. Oh. I'm glad other students notified staff Thursday about an alleged plot. Wow. Okay, it's up. Okay. What is the only... Wait. What is the most groundbreaking invention of all time? The shovel. I like that. What's the only concert in the world that costs 45 cents? 50 Cent featuring Nickelback. That's a good dad joke. I've never trusted steers. They're always up to something. How did the Pillsbury Doughboy die? In the oven? I don't know. Yeast infection. Oh, that's sad. Oh, man. Oh, wait. It could be... Oh. Okay. Oh, I like that one. That's a good joke. What do you call a boomerang that doesn't work? A stick. Okay. You got an email the other day teaching you how to read maps backwards. Turns out it was just spam. Oh, these are really good. How do you must come up with them. You're like a joke writer, maxed out credit.
Okay. I'll bring it to you while it's hot.
Thank you.
Otherwise this will get cold quick.
No, that's what happens.
I warmed up the room, so you're pretty warm in there.
If you want to get a job at the moisturizer factory, you're going to have to apply daily. Ha.
Well, that's pretty funny.
He has some pretty good one-liners, I have to say.
And he does crossword puzzles to stay mentally active too. He pushes himself. Well, thanks, Sarah. Enjoy your pizza, and there's some rice and Brussels sprouts in there if you are hungry for anything.
Okay.
Thank you. And I put all the other freezer to the other stuff. I reuse the bags that we have to use it. Just kind of like, yeah. Try to use your plastic items a couple times, folks. Get the most out of them. Repurpose them if you can. John F. Kennedy would be proud. I can't say LBJ would be proud, but John F. Kennedy would be proud. Try to restart the stream. You have video in the tech corner. Okay, let me reboot Vaughn. So refresh after about 20 seconds. Okay, we're up and running now. Great. Good. Wayne Johnson, a departing top official of the Office of Federal Student Aid under Betsy DeVos, calls for canceling federal student debt as his signature issue for a Senate run. Okay, that'll be interesting. I guess Elizabeth Warren wants to do it. I would rather amalgamate all the debt into one fixed rate loan, and everyone who pays their debt back, as everyone should pay their debt back, because why would we give $100,000 or $200,000 to somebody to get a free education after the fact, when others like myself couldn't get an education because we were turned down because we were white? Yet Elizabeth Warren got a free education claiming to be Cherokee Indian. I mean, why would we now give out all this free money? How unfair to all the people like myself. And will getting a good education really equate to a real good job? And look at the job market and how it's dwindling. We need to rethink this. Right now, the cart is ahead of the horse. We need to get the horses ahead of the cart Get the jobs for people and then create the demand and then get people educated as they see fit, not just waste money on education. She wants to literally dump 1.3 trillion. She claims 900 billion, but it's really 1.3 trillion in FAFSA loans. Our country can't absorb that loss. Same when Andrew Yang took my idea of a universal basic income and doubled it to 1,000 and wants to give it to everybody, including illegal aliens. It would cost $4 trillion a year to maintain that flow, and that's twice of what our income is. At best, we make $2 trillion a year. So our country isn't even paying off its debt. In fact, we're borrowing as we go. Not pay as you go, we're borrowing as we go. So we really have a lot of problems there, and we have to correct our ways. And the Democrats have been really bad spenders. Same with the Republicans. Donald Trump is $1 trillion over budget every single fiscal year now, and next year he's on track to be 1.34 trillion over budget. Oh man, that Ethiopian coffee, that is so good. Okay, you're working good. I wanted to make sure the stream was up and running. So let me give you a synopsis of what I'm doing every day, so everyone knows. I'm reading chat right now over in Twitch. And do you remember the reason you got swatted? NMK says. Did you get a good lawyer? No, I didn't really know the reason why I got swatted. If you could explain that to me, please explain. I'd love to know why I was swatted. Yeah, thanks. We would like to know that, because that was a terrible violation of my rights. So if you've got an answer to that, go for it, buddy. And then we've got Max, who's checking out of the video right now because he apparently is going to bed, and he has Kenyan coffee. Excellent. Well, apparently the coffee bean first started in Ethiopia, so I'm actually, drinking of the coffee from its origin. It's good night to you. Thank you, Max, for all your help tonight, your links. Appreciate it. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Get a good night's sleep. No problem. And thanks again for the pro account, so we can get people in here to do some cams, if they so be it, if they so want it. And Scissor Fight, I have to make you a super op. So there we go. Oh, I must have a pro op. That's weird. It somehow didn't refresh my ability to do that. Maybe I have to refresh the page. Let me do that. That's weird. There you go. Okay, you're up and running. Thank you. So Psychobehavior says America needs to reset itself. We need to raise 2 generations without education and get rid of titles. I'm very upset about the class separation that education is offering people, and some people who are professionals who make a lot more than average people realize too that they're lucky that they did get that education, albeit they took out loans to do it. They're now making $80,000 to $150,000 a year, whereas the rest of us probably around 20 to 40, if you're lucky. I abandoned my concern for money many years ago and focused more on the problems at hand. And right now we've got a country that isn't working. And we're looking at a country that's going to be automated. So those two things don't work against each other. They basically drain our jobs when automation takes over. So I think we're going to need to make new jobs, and new ways of building our nation has to have something behind it that people can believe in. And I've got a pretty good feeling about our homestead renewal plan. I think that's an awesome idea that a lot of people could get a $15 an hour job working on houses, renovating them, and building home ownership up in America. Thank you. I know. Wouldn't you like to have a home that you can own outright in 10 years at $500 a month payments? I know I would. Yeah. I have one because I was gifted or inherited one. In my inheritance, my father, and my parents, I took care of them till the last days of their life. So I really went all out to, do my effort as a son. And I was, I guess, rewarded in that sense with a home. But I could never have had a home as nice as this working in the free market that we have today. I never would have made it. I would have had maybe at best a piece of property and a trailer. So what do I have right now? A piece of property and what people call a trailer, even though it's a modular home. And that's much more affordable for people. And you can be much freer in something that's affordable. So for some reason, my homestead renewal plan is evading me. Hunter Chelsea. What's this? Oh yeah, see all the money these guys made? These guys made huge amounts. Just Hunter made $600,000 a year because his dad got him a job at Burisma. And then Chelsea, she got $600,000 a year as an intern at MSNBC with no experience. Yet people like you and I, we have to work our way up from $20,000 a year jobs. Instead, we've got Donald maintaining extra support for his family. Of course, if he's in jail, he won't have any support. And they'll go after his assets for ripping us off for all these years. Boy, our country's been ripped off to the tune of $500 million by Donald Trump. 440, or I'm going to say in the past 3 years, Donald Trump has made $400 million on the U.S. taxpayer. Not 400,000 per year, but 400 million fleecing us on all these trips that we've had to pay for, escorts, Secret Service, golfing fees alone were 550,000 for our country to pay out for the Secret Service to ride behind a golf cart that a president was sitting around on. Seriously, instead of working his fat butt off, he was out sitting on the golf cart, and the Secret Service had to follow him. They could have walked with him. They all could have walked. Would have been like Caddyshack. But instead, we got fleeced for 500,000. That's just one little part of the 400 million Donald Trump has taken from us. Isn't that special? You don't hear that from the Republicans as they brag about everything, how wonderful our country and how wonderful everything has been for the Republicans. The tax breaks for the rich. New Yorker has a synopsis of the impeachment hearing. That was my chair. That wasn't some flatulence or anything. Okay, we're dropping frames on Twitch a little bit, but highlights from the 3 days. Jennifer Williams, a European Russian affairs aide to Vice President Mike Pence, came in there. Adam Schiff talked at length. Vindman and her got up and swore in.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Let the record show the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and you may be seated.
All right. Ms. Williams was very astute in her answers.
July 25th, along with several of my colleagues, I listened to a call between President Trump and President Zelensky, the content of which has since been publicly reported. Prior to July 25th, I had participated in roughly a dozen other presidential phone calls. During my closed-door deposition, members of the committee asked about my personal views and whether I had any concerns about the July 25th call. As I testified then, I found the July 25th phone call unusual because, in contrast to other presidential calls I had observed, it involved discussion of what appeared to be a domestic political matter.
I was concerned by the call. What I heard was inappropriate, and I reported my concerns to Mr. Eisenberg. It is improper for the President of the United States to demand a foreign government investigate a U.S. citizen and a political opponent.
After trying out several different accusations against President Trump, the Democrats have recently settled on bribery. But if the Democrats and the media are suddenly so deeply concerned about bribery, you would think they would take some interest in Burisma paying Hunter Biden $83,000 a month.
You know, the whole issue of bribery and extortion was an advance Adam Schiff did after they went to quid pro quo and it was established that quid pro quo happened of some sort. Whether the Republicans want to say that's business as usual or the new normal, or quid pro quo should be something that we should avoid, but it happens in politics. But not every quid pro quo is an attempt to bribe and extort. Now, Donald Trump would have personally gained from dirt on Joe Biden, and that's basically bribery. And then Ukraine would not have been doing very well without the $400 million, and they lost a lot of Ukrainian men to the Russian government or the Russian army as they attacked because we didn't get them the money that they needed. We don't know exactly the human loss there, but they lost a lot of people. That's extortion. We held somebody up who really needed that money, and we extorted that time from them in order to get the bribery. So it's really more than just quid pro quo. It's bribery and extortion. And that's the argument the Democrats are making. It's way worse than any average quid pro quo you do in any business sense. Like, you wash my hand, I'll wash your hand. Not that people wash each other's hands, because that is kind of kinky. Now, my rim shot is, the battery's dead. I'm going to have to replace the battery on even my applause barely works. Oh, anyway, I've been watching my videos, and I got to tell you, I'm one of the most entertaining people in the world to watch. I can't understand it, but maybe it's just the fact that I like looking at myself on TV. But I really enjoy watching my videos played back, and I don't get tired of it either, which is kind of strange, isn't it? I don't really understand that dynamic. Maybe because I have an ego as a person. Maybe I like to look at myself talk. That's possible. That's a big component, but it is an interesting conversation I'm having with myself nightly. And I'm not talking to just, a figment of my imagination. I'm speaking to chatters that actually watch me. Isn't that right? Okay, I'm checking the response. Dave, some say hello in my channel. I dare you. I don't go into any other channels, Shadow, because there are so many people impersonating me online. If I do, it would be sad. I think that's a veiled threat. Do you remember the reason you got swatted? And then, did you get a good lawyer? It's like, what kind of a scumbag statement is that? I'm going to put that down as a threat. I'm going to pull you out of the show. And I don't want you in the show. I'm not going to report you, but I'm just going to pull you out of the show. That's just a weird thing to say. You got a 3-star on this cat game you're playing? Well, that's cool. Those little things, when you go to Cool Rock, you can play games there too. David, if you included people in your conversation, maybe you would have more contact. But you are known for slapping down people in a conversation. But hey, it's your show. Hey, you're right. I would have gladly taken calls from anybody who actually had something good to talk about. But no one really had the balls to call me. And anyone who did was just a troll. So I'm really not worried about whether you can come up with a good question for me in a call, because you got my phone number. But really the question is, do you have enough balls to call me? That's really the bottom line. So let's just call it what it is. I'm slapping myself all the time, yeah. I'm doing self-deprecating humor on a daily basis just to keep this conversation alive with myself. But you don't have to call me. There's no real thing. I booted his ass. Thank you, Lucius. Lucius Proud. I'm not that angry at anybody. I'm really quite content. I don't think many people have as much contentment as I do. Primarily because I live a good life. I pretty much do what I want creatively. And I am engaged in a daily conversation with people, which gives me interaction, and I have people I meet locally. But I envision my life being any better. It's not working. There it is. Okay, I've got to go to threats. And this is iVlog 7:15. Dave Line. Okay. We'll keep that abreast of you, too. Anyway, I believe that if we have an open line of communication on a daily basis, that's enough for me. I don't need to go meet you personally. That's not necessary. Nor do you need to meet me personally. Hunter Biden Company linked received $130 million in special federal loans, while Joe Biden was a VP, routed profits through Cayman Islands. Excellent. Thank you very much, guest 2144. I think we're going to have to bring down the Bidens, and they're going to have to take this constant barrage from the Republicans because, frankly, they deserve it. This behavior of Joe and Hunter is inexcusable, and it shows a nepotism that this country's never seen before, except with John Kerry and his son, Nancy Pelosi and her son, and I'm sure the list goes on and on of all these nepotistic things that are happening in our country. You defecate on yourself for humor? That's pretty funny. Self-deprecating humor is a little bit worse than self-defecating humor, because it hurts you emotionally. Anybody can be crapped on physically. You know, that's nothing. You probably crap on yourself every day going to the bathroom. Some people, like Donald Trump, they have to use a bidet because they need the water to rinse them off as opposed to their own hands, because he has small hands. He can't reach it around the... Anyway, I don't want to get too specific, but you know where I'm going with that. Speaking of butts, let's talk about Pete Buttigieg, okay? Yeah, if Pete Buttigieg could pull me in as a VP, that'd be great, psycho behavior. Well, it would be good because I'm not gay and he is, and if we could communicate, like, accept each other as who we are, just, love each other as human beings, that's all I care about. I don't want to, like, get down with Pete Buttplug. But I would consider that, sure. I mean, I don't think his politics is that far off. He's pro-gun control. I am not. I will never be pro-gun control. That's an important note here in order for people to understand that. And I don't like the wasteful spending of the Democrats. And frankly, Pete's made a lot of money and spent a lot of money wastefully, in my opinion, to get to where he is at the top of the Iowa caucus. And by the way, that's the death knell for his campaign. If he gets to the top of the Iowa caucus, you're probably looking at a Howard Dean scenario with some gay guy going, "I'm here with my husband celebrating." I mean, once they get on stage and start touching each other, I guarantee the Democrats won't have who they think they have with a winner, because the people of America are still a little bit skittish about men kissing each other in front of a large audience. Yeah, I don't think they're ready for it. But they're okay with gay guys doing whatever they do. I don't even want to think about it. My whole world is right here. I've got my fruit enzyme spray, my cool sunglasses, my buttons.
Oh, come on now. That ain't even bullshit. That's horse shit.
And I've even got the one that really matters.
Of course.
And that sure sounds like Rodney. I'll bet he left his voice on that somehow. Yeah. You don't want to see men kiss. Makes me physically sick. Yeah, me too. It's repulsive. But I'm not here to label people that do that. Oh, I've got my Patti LaBelle dressing in the other room, Howie. Yeah, you want to point with that. Well, hang in there. You're still floating. I don't know how you've been able. David, you have your Friday wig. Yeah, I've got I've got 2 wigs in my little world. So I don't have to worry about a bad hair day. I've got my hair, which I'm wearing right now. So I'm a pretty simple person, whereas a lot of these corrupt politicians, they're just in it for personal gain. Now, you know who's in it for personal gain in my territory? A guy by the name of Tim Eyman. He's been drawing a $60,000 a year salary off of his group of donators to get people to put tax initiatives on the ballot in Washington. And the Democrats in my area have been overspending so much that it was an opportunity Tim Eyman could not hold back. And he put together a ballot initiative and it passed. And now our reg fees go from $100 for our cars down to about $30. I voted in favor of Tim Eyman's plan. I thought it was awesome. But he's so greedy with his income coming in, he wants even more. He wants to make the income of the governor. So now Tim Eyman's talking about running for governor as a Republican. Yeah, so I'm actually okay with a guy who wants to cut taxes. The real question is, can he cut back on spending effectively and still keep the state of Washington running smoothly? That's going to be the real task. Anybody can promise cutting taxes to the taxpayers, and that's something that they can stick to. But then they got to figure out how to run the state efficiently, because our Democrats can't run Washington very well. Just like the D.C. is not run well by Trump either. That looks a little violent to me. Okay, give me one reason why you need an AR-15. Well, I'll give you one reason. I'll give you two reasons if you want it. Home defense. I know many people that have AR-15s, they're home defense. It's a small caliber. It's no bigger than a .22, really. And it delivers a semi-automatic stream. It's not automatic like a machine gun. So it can also be used effectively for hunting. But home defense and hunting, I would say. Yeah. So why would they take that away from us? A semi-automatic .22 rifle. I mean, how stupid. It's a .22. Exactly. It's a .22-3. It's slightly bigger. Thank you. But equivalent to a .22 rifle. I mean, come on. What do we really know about assault weapons anyway? Nothing. Most people who talk about the word assault weapons don't even know what an assault weapon is. So why would we regulate that? And who's going to be there in our government to collect a paycheck to regulate that? Yeah, I'm not here to label people. What do you think calling someone butt plug is? Well, I would say that a guy named Butt Gig who likes to have butt sex, it's perfectly acceptable to call him butt plug. People call me sponge face, spoon brains. If you're so weak that you don't understand free speech, sir, then you don't even deserve to be in here. But President Trump is not the best president in America. In fact, he's the worst president we've ever had. Number one, yeah, exactly. Number one, he's mentally incompetent. Yeah, he's not really doing too well. Let's talk about that, okay? An anonymous warning from an author who's publishing a book that's coming out right now. Thank you. Well, thank you. I'm myself at all times Howie, lot lizard. Assault weapon is a term used in its definition veins among regulating jurisdictions. Yeah, see, it's hard to even define an assault weapon. And here's what an impeachment trial looks like. That's not the article. Trump is writing his own articles of impeachment. Yes, that's definitely true. Well, that wasn't very good. Okay. An anonymous author's warning portrays a president on the brink. Senior Trump administrative officials considered resigning en masse last year in a midnight self-massacre to sound a public alarm about Trump's conduct, but rejected the idea because they believed it would further destabilize an already teetering government, according to a new book by an unnamed author. It's called A Warning by Anonymous. Obtained by the Washington Post ahead of its release, writer describes only as a senior official in the Trump administration. Paints a chilling portrait of the president as cruel, inept, and a danger to the nation he was elected to lead. Wow. Damning testimony from people during the trial or during the impeachment inquiry. The author doesn't want to be known, but he describes Trump careening from one self-inflicted crisis to the next, like a 12-year-old in an air traffic control tower pushing the buttons of government indiscriminately, indifferent to the planes skidding across the runway and the flights frantically diverted away from the airport. The book is an unsparing character study of Trump, from his morality to his intellectual depth, which the author writes as basis on his or her observations and experience. And the author claims many other current and former administration officials share his or her views. It's a 259-page book, which was published by 12, an imprint of Grand, whatever, it's a company. Okay, well, if it's not like Donald Trump Jr.'s book, which sold 100,000 copies right away, it's like, uh-oh. You know, the Republican National Committee, turns out they made a large purchase of Donald Trump Jr.'s book. That's how it became on the bestsellers list right away. That's another trick people learn who like to borrow money. Imagine if the Clinton administration spied on the Bush campaign in 2000. Yeah, that would have been a wake-up call. I've reached the point where I'm convinced that Nixon resigned at a good time, but Trump is making this painful. But in a way, it's good for our country, because the more we find out about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and all the Democrats that are on the take, the sooner we'll get to the real business of fixing this country. Because right now we've seen too much corruption on both sides of the political spectrum.
Charlie, when you hear the Attorney General of the United States talking about the resistance movement in Washington, D.C., he's in a perch that he has a view that most others don't see. How real is that in Washington?
Oh, I think it's very real, and I think that all of the evidence that has come out along these lines of the FISA abuse lines up right behind that and proves the point. And God bless the Attorney General for putting such a fine point on it. But I also think that this New York Times report and the Washington Post report about the falsification of the FISA, that's a very serious, hugely, enormously serious issue. And their attempt to downplay it is utterly meaningless to me. Because at the end of the day, what we're talking about is the previous administration spying on political opponents at the height of a presidential election during an election. That is something that does not happen in a free republic. And the idea that even that is seen through some partisan lens, that Democrats or liberals aren't outraged by that, is truly shocking. Can you imagine if the Bush administration had spied on the Barack Obama's campaign during the 2008 campaign? Everyone would be and should be outraged. Or could you imagine if the Clinton administration had spied on the Bush campaign during the 2000? It didn't happen. But if it did, I think that there would be bipartisan outrage. And the idea that Democrats are just turning a blind eye to the notion that we're going to weaponize the federal government, weaponize the most powerful espionage agencies in our government to go after political opponents and not just spy on them, but in some cases punish them, it's shocking.
And this is the narrative the Republicans have mastered. It's a conspiracy theory against Donald Trump. It's a conspiracy theory that Ukraine somehow influenced the election more than Russia, which has been completely and utterly debunked. There's no facts to support Donald Trump's assertion that Ukraine had anything to do with our election. So it's pretty obvious that we're now facing the reality that both sides are framing their position. The Republican side is framing their position. It's all a witch hunt, and they're weaponizing the government against Donald and poor Donald. I argue Donald came into this with a huge amount of baggage, huge, and we don't even know how big the baggage is because he won't show his tax returns. The first sign of a guilty person is not wanting to reveal any of his secrets. That's his big secret. He's holding back viciously to hold on to everything. So he's trying to keep his tax returns from being seen before the House convenes to make this decision. Because whatever the House uses against Donald Trump will be used by the Senate as well to build a case. And the Republicans will have a complete chance to pull in witnesses, including Adam Schiff, and get him on the stand, work him over. But I thought Adam Schiff handled himself very well in all of the hearings. Very eloquent expression of the problem, well laid out, and his focus was 100%. I don't think he wavered 1 second in the 3 days or 4 days that we saw him talk about the issue. So I think that Adam Schiff did a good job representing the Democrats, better than Nadler would have. The original guy who's looking into the allegations. But Nadler dropped the ball on countless different cases of collusion and obstruction that Donald has done. We can go back and add those to the list for impeachment as well, because I don't think there was a definitive ruling that Mueller's decision exonerated Donald Trump. He had more than enough evidence, conclusive evidence, that could convince anybody that Donald Trump is guilty of all those things, working with Russia, obstructing justice. So we have all those things to add to the pile that the Senate's going to look at if indeed he does get impeached in the House. And I think it's imperative that the Democrats now open up a new line of questioning before the actual hearing, before the roll call. Pull up a whole new line of questioning in the next couple weeks and bring in Michael Cohen. Give him some leniency with his jail term too. Give him a couple years off his jail term and get him in and speak. Because Michael Cohen openly offered to do this in exchange for some leniency. Why aren't we getting him out there? What does he know? Michael Cohen was the quintessential center of this entire oligarchy connection with Russia and all of the key people that currently are occupying Donald Trump's inner circle. Michael Cohen's the guy that give us the real nitty-gritty on everything. I think Michael Cohen should testify. I don't think the House should convene at this point. I think they have a lot more dirt to bring up. So if Adam Schiff is dropping the ball right now and wrapping it up, that would be a tragedy, because there is a mountain of evidence suggesting that even areas where Mueller didn't even look. Mueller was asked, did you hear about Jared Kushner's call to the Kremlin to try to get a secret line of communication with the Kremlin? And Mueller said, I don't know anything about that. That would have been one of the key things I would have found out if I were Mueller. I would have subpoenaed Donald Trump for the records of his taxes. Mueller never bothered. So Robert Mueller only produced a little bit of the information that will really give us the full picture of how Donald Trump migrated to the top of the heap of corrupt liars and became our nation's biggest problem, which we are now dealing with. Now, no matter how full court support you have for Donald Trump, say you're Sean Hannity and you're out there believing everything he says, you've got to admit that he's very divisive, and he's driven the entire right wing of the entire left wing of our nation to dislike what Donald Trump is saying. He's not a uniter, he's a divider. And even parts of the Republican Party have drifted from Donald recently regarding the Syrian evacuation plan, leaving the Kurds with no defenses. Now, admittedly, my idea was to get out of Syria, I admit that, but I wanted to leave in a full battery, a battalion of defense weapons that they could use, Patriot missile systems or whatever, that they could deploy to defend themselves. He left nothing. He just abandoned ship and made a deal with Vladimir Putin. And another big mark against Donald, which we cannot forget, is he has not made any records of any phone calls of any major figures he's got. We would have had phone records of all these Ukrainian calls to draw from instead of somebody's hearsay witness story. The hearsay came because Donald didn't do his job of recording phone calls, and he hasn't recorded one single transmission or any type of communication with Vladimir Putin once. Not once. Even when he found out 3 years ago he was being investigated, he still didn't record any of his calls or contacts with Vladimir Putin, totaling nearly 14 hours. So he's on the phone secretly with his cell phone. No other president's ever had this. Obama's cell phone was commandeered by the NSA, and they said, we're listening in. Trump has been doing private calls for 3 years now with known oligarchs and possibly young new leaders that may want to talk privately about some tit for tat or quid pro quo, like Zelensky. We don't know why Zelensky's so nice to Donald. Well, I do. Because he wants that money. He has to kiss Donald's ass to get that $400 million. He can't speak his mind. If Zelensky could speak his mind, he'd probably say a different thing. But he's so concerned about getting money in his country, I would be too. I would kiss Donald Trump's ass if my country was on the line fighting an enemy that was attacking, taking out a chunk of the size of Texas out of Ukraine. I'd probably just kiss his ass too. So I understand why Zelensky's being super nice about this. And very unpolitical, which is smart of him. But Donald Trump wanted him to be political, and that's illegal. There's no way we can let Donald Trump walk on that. But there's so much more water under the bridge that the Republicans are ignoring. They're saying Trump was vindicated of all the crimes of obstruction and collusion. Those crimes haven't even been properly laid out by the Democrats. So they've got another task ahead. And that's to lay out the background, 3 years' time that Donald Trump has systematically manipulated the system, working with Russian oligarchs to protect Russian interests. And I could lay him out very quickly. He's alienated NATO. He's colluded with Russians like Deripaska to not impose sanctions, and then at the very end, a year and a half later, start imposing some sanctions. After I made a big issue about it for 2-3 years, no sanctions. And he's systematically helping Russia disable our relationship with China, completely ruining our chances of growing for both of our nations and making Russia seem like a bigger economy, even though it's a small economy in comparison to China and the US. So there's some serious problems going on with those major factors right there. All right, let's take a look at, yeah, sure. Commercial break. How about a background change? Okay, there you are, Howie. You've got a representative in the room. Yeah. Okay, change of scenery, is that enough? Because we're not going to do the old things we used to do, Howie, sorry. Yeah, and you're spamming too much. Soros isn't paying me a thing. It's funny how Donald Trump won't even confront George Soros. He won't even talk about George Soros. All you QAnoners who sit there and suck off of Donald Trump's words, oh, it's all a witch hunt, it's all a Russian hoax, it's all fake news. You people who believe all that, don't even ask him, what about George Soros? Well, he's on record as saying, don't bother George Soros. Donald Trump told a group of Zionist supporters that don't talk about George Soros that way. Let's see if we can pull that up on YouTube. You worked your way up to phone conferences that you're going to plan on profiting from next year? You're infiltrating the Warren campaign and you want to profit personally? Okay, well, good luck. I certainly hope. No Steam, no stream. What's happening? Is video on? Yeah, Donald Trump won't talk about George Soros because George Soros gave him $160 million. George Soros never even contacted me, thank God, and I won't even take a penny from him. I think we need to implement laws to stop George Soros. So I think you got me misunderstood, Guest 299. Many of you QAnoners simply believe everything you're told by the QAnon group. Whatever you got to do to survive, man. I'm not here to worry about you and Warren. It's sad that, you know, Warren lied about her Cherokee ancestry and now you're working for her. So it's like, that's pathetic. No, those aren't his talking points. Those are my talking points. I preceded George Soros on a lot of these issues. I've been trying to stop Russian corruption and communist infiltration of our government, well, me personally, since I started this plan. So I'm more anti-Russian than you realize. Soros is a Russian Zionist, or he's a Hungarian Zionist. There's no distinction between the two in my mind. He's definitely not somebody I support. So I've been much more aggressive than you QAnoners about this Russian infiltration that Soros is involved in, including his relationship with Donald Trump. So you got to look a little deeper than this. I'm really an average American who descended from a couple of real patriotic Marines. My parents were both Marines in the Marine Corps in the 1940s. And yeah, I got to tell you, it'll come out in my book, but my parents were instrumental in stopping communism in the 1950s. So in no way am I a globalist like Soros. In no way am I a New World Order guy like all of the puppets that we saw recently parading around in front of the Democrats. I don't like the Democrats either, guys. I think that Joe Biden and his son and all of that and the Clintons and that needs to be exposed. But it's strange that Donald Trump is not coming out hard against Warren with the DNA thing. By the way, I was the originator of the DNA idea for Warren. Trump copied it from me. I have a record on YouTube of me talking about the DNA issues with Warren way ahead of Trump. So he used that to get noticed, but notice he's not pursuing a prosecution of her. He could easily right now eliminate Elizabeth Warren from competition simply by charging her with a felony and tying her up in court. It's felony perjury, which he did, and it also carries civil damages for fraud. So she needs to pay a civil fine for making $12 million on the backs of lying about being a Cherokee Indian. You'll notice that Donald Trump doesn't talk about Ilhan Omar, who we know married her brother, who's a homosexual, just to make him a U.S. citizen, while being involved with another man. All of this should be prosecuted, and Donald's not doing that. So I must tell you, you got to look deeper. Donald is a deep state puppet and has been from the get-go. They're not going to tell you he's a deep state puppet. They're going to make him pretend like he's fighting his good friend Jeff Zucker at CNN. You didn't know that Jeff Zucker and Donald Trump are good friends, did you? They are. In fact, all the Ashkenazis are good friends, whether they're Democrat or Republican. We've got a bigger problem. We're battling Zionism at the core of our government. Biden's a Zionist. Trump's a Zionist. Zionism wants a new world order. Do you want to succumb to that? Because that's what you're doing by supporting Donald Trump. He'll implement red flag laws, and all of your gun rights will slowly erode. He's just going to do it a little slower than Hillary would have done it. Okay, so we had a drop on our video. Our signal was shut down while I said all of that. Luckily, it's on the recorded broadcast, but we got taken down on the show when I talked about how Donald Trump won't reveal the Soros connection that he has. No, I'm telling you, I'm thinking on a much deeper level. I'm not bragging. Who's this? Rocked. Okay. Reckful. Okay, Reckful, you're putting your ID on the screen. U.S. Department of Affairs. Yeah. Of VA. So what do you want to talk about, Reckful? Type in the chat room. Right now we've got a guy holding a video in front of us. Could be anybody. Put two fingers up if you see me, Reckful. Put two fingers up if you see this. Yeah. We got an AI troll over there in the iVlog show. Okay, we're going to kick you out. Yes, Ivanka was Jewish. Her mother, Ivana Trump, is Jewish. I have nothing against Jewish people, and I personally think that, there's a lot more to our game plan today than to dislike any one group of people. I cannot believe anybody is going to be making any progress at all if we divide ourselves and hate on any one group. I personally don't even hate Ashkenazis. I'm more concerned about the fact that there's a small group of them around Donald, Ashkenazis, very much like the Nazis that were around Hitler during the 1930s and 40s. I just think that we're reliving history. And as much as my parents fought in World War II, my dad fought in 3 tours of duty. against the Japanese, but many people really were after Hitler in that process. We didn't stamp out Nazism. It's nesting again in our government right now. And this may seem a little radical for you to hear this, but I do believe that these Ashkenazis that are nesting around Donald are very greedy and are trying to do the same thing that the Nazis did during the time of Hitler. Thank you. I was just kicked off by discussing George Soros' connection to Donald Trump and how Trump will never out Soros. And that gives you a clue as to how Donald Trump is a puppet for George Soros. So when I listen to the talking points of the Republicans, it's more like a rah-rah group of football players. They're not really tuned in on what the dialogue is and the talking points the Democrats have constructed. They're just calling it all a witch hunt.
When you hear the Attorney General, the United
needs to be approved by Congress. Included in the approval are 24 helicopters with an option for 12 more from Boeing. It also includes engines, sensors, Hellfire and Stinger missiles, and precision rockets. There's no word on when Morocco could get the new choppers since the deal is still awaiting final approval and negotiations. And Northrop Grumman has opened their first office in Poland as they work to support the first foreign customer for the Integrated Battle Command System, or IBCS. That's a system that can tie in multiple air and missile defense sensors and interceptors into one integrated network. The new office will also support Poland's many Mk-44 Bushmaster chain guns, along with other systems in Poland's military. To get more coverage, visit defensenews.com, and thanks for watching this Defense News Minute.
All right. You know, we've had so many different mistakes made. Recently, there's a big controversy over the Turkish President Erdogan not wanting to get rid of his S-400s, which are anti-ballistic missile systems that they paid a lot of money for from the Russian government. We, in turn, Donald is saying, I'm not going to sell you the F-35s if you don't get rid of the S-400s. Well, we really shouldn't be selling Turkey anything. We need to get those 50 nuclear weapons out of Turkey. And that should be Donald Trump's highest priority right now. Because Turkey is already right on the edge of another war, and we don't know, and I don't have assurances completely that Putin is 100%, being he's got so many secret plans for that area. So in no way should we allow weapons to fall in, nuclear weapons to fall in the hands of our supposed enemy across the globe. Now, as much as we'd like to have nuclear non-proliferation agreements and SALT agreements, strategic arms limitation agreements, we're not going anywhere with Donald. He hasn't made any overtures to create a small treaty, a small arms treaty, any type of limited range missile system treaty, nothing. And the INF treaty that was banned all of the two nations' land ballistic missile systems was in force up until last year. The Intermediate Range Nuclear Force Treaty. And the Intermediate Nuclear Range Force Treaty has been, it would have been a great point at which we could have opened a dialogue, but we never did. Trump isn't leading on this, he's following. Is video on? So make sure that's happening, because we are under attack right now. I may have to switch servers. Let's go to these stories. A mom grieving her 4-year-old daughter pinned to the ground by Arkansas police. Wow, let's take a look. How they approached her was definitely defined by what they think her class was. The woman's brother said, it's something we don't talk enough about, how the police treat the poor. Let's take a look. This is a Freedom Friday story. Okay.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
Wow. This is the moment a grieving mother was brought to the ground. She was walking outside her motel when she was approached by Arkansas police. She's grieving.
Stop. You don't even have no camera on.
Yes, we do. It's right here.
Put it on.
It's on. That's why it's green.
Pick up the phone.
Hey, stop, we're trying.
My daughter, she's 4, she died
Okay,
yesterday.
we're trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, do you realize we're patrolling this area for a reason? You okay?
Oh my God.
Jail for disorderly.
Yeah, and miss my daughter's funeral because you don't want to lock me up because I'm walking.
No,
That's not what we want you to do.
You're not.
We're making sure that
I said leave me
a
alone.
room key. We want to make sure that you are staying here.
He, and he grabbed
But
my hand.
because you got to let us see it.
Mom.
It's that simple.
Pick up the phone.
Like, you're making this way more than it needs to
Leave
be.
me alone.
Find out her.
But that's not how it
I'm
works.
gonna go find. This isn't how this is gonna keep working.
That's not how it works.
Stop!
Stop!
No, oh my God!
Stop!
Will you stop? Leave me alone!
No, it doesn't work that way.
Oh
And
my
what you-
God!
That's what you're gonna do. Give me your.
We don't want to take anybody to jail, but
How am I getting more idea from tell?
you just tell us what your name is. You gotta let us talk to you and do our job.
Mommy, get the down here. The police are out here trying to arrest me. Get
No,
down here
we're
right now, quick,
not.
Richie.
No, we are not.
Get down right here, right now. Now!
Stop yelling.
The police are outside!
Stop yelling.
What? Get down
Stop
here right now!
yelling.
All right.
Stop
You're
yelling.
gonna arrest me, Mommy!
Stop.
Stop!
Stop.
Stop! Stop!
Stop.
Mommy! Stop! I didn't even do anything!
Yes, you want orderly conduct.
What the Get the off me!
1 female in custody.
Unreal. The insensitivity of these people is beyond belief. Unbelievable. And we need sensitivity training for a lot of police officers. Any cop that receives federal money could be held accountable. All right. And an Indiana university says they can't fire a professor over his racist, sexist, and homophobic views. The university provost said she condemns in the strongest terms Professor Rasmussen's views on race, gender, and sexuality, but it's not the reason to violate the Constitution. Wow, that's great. It's good to hear that somebody's standing up for the freedom of speech that professors have. Okay, she said it in a statement. Good. All right, well, that's standing up for freedom, right? Freedom of speech, yay. And this story. Biden went ballistic, or not really ballistic. He got very angry, and he started stomping, he said he rebuked an audience member who urged him not to accept money from corporations. And he said, I do not take money from corporations. You listen to Bernie too much. That's true. He gets money from super PACs, which are funded by corporations, including Ukrainian money from Burisma. So that's interesting. And then he even at one point told the viewer to vote for Trump if he didn't like him. It's just he got very angry, very rattled. Go ahead and vote for Trump if you don't like me. Hey, okay. I think Biden's a fighter, I'll tell you. At his age, out there running for president, I think it's awesome. Okay, video's off again. They keep toggling me off and on. And I don't have any evidence over here of that happening. So I think what I have to do is go get another server. Because it's been going on incessantly. Let me get an ingest server. So we're going to get an ingest server going at Vaughn. You can't even see us right now.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter what we say. Well,
Yeah.
except it does for the iVlog crowd because we're featured over there.
Yeah.
You turn off the cams.
Yeah. I did. I'll turn this cam off just for the heck of it. All right, we're going to go ahead and get into the main chat room right now. Bear with me, folks. We're getting a new channel server. I'm going to go with this one. And we'll hook it up over here. That was a good server. Good dinner. Thanks for the pizza.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Nope, see. Let's try one more. They lock us out. They're DDoSing the server itself. Since they can't DDoS us directly, they're DDoSing the server itself. That should work. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here we go again. It's not on our side. All right. If it was, the other shows would be down. No. All right. Biden is a loser. Really? I didn't know Biden was a loser. He's a loser. No, it can't be on our side. It has to be on the server side of Mark's. They were DDoSing one of his servers. I don't take lithium. Why would you think I take lithium? God. We wouldn't be able to broadcast at all if we had a bad IP connection. There's no way that... Hang on a second. Let me get rid of that. There we go.
Oh, thanks. I didn't do anything.
Yeah. All right. Sarah's going to give me a break. I'm going to have a little bite to eat. Thank you.
There's
Are you...
more rice in the fridge if you want.
Oh, no, I don't need any. I'm good. Are you on lithium, Medveral? Is that what you're taking? So this Mesa college-fired professor promoted the QAnon theories. Oh, okay. You know, like I said, you guys can believe what you want. If you believe QAnon's happening, Donald Trump has not fired one person in the deep state other than maybe Andrew McCabe, which is kind of sad. He was reaching retirement when he was fired. And Strzok was pulled off of duty. So, I mean, that's about all they've done. They haven't done anything in terms of stopping the deep state. So anyone who keeps saying, oh, Donald's stopping the deep state, how? He's not even following up on leads I've given him, like the Elizabeth Warren DNA test. I don't have backward logic. I have inductive reasoning, which apparently you don't have. Many people who look at things linearly don't understand how to see the forest from the trees. They can't really look out and say, oh, wow, there's something wrong with that picture. You don't have that ability. You're more of a linear thinker, a deductive thinker. I'm not denigrating you. I'm just saying it's more of a deductive logic that you're using. I'm using an inductive logic. We're broadcasting on other shows, therefore we have a good connection. It's simple. I don't know. We're going to do a Costco chicken, I think. That's what we were thinking of doing.
Yeah. I think we're going to do a Costco chicken, but I was also thinking, yeah, we've got some things. We're probably going to make a green bean casserole dish, some beets, maybe some mashed potatoes. The only potatoes I like are mashed, and David usually doesn't make mashed potatoes. But I might not even do mashed potatoes because I really don't like them. I prefer yams or sweet potatoes, so I might do that instead. And maybe a pecan pie. Well, I do have a lot of pumpkin, so maybe a pumpkin pie or a pecan pie. Hello, Mad Dog. Yes, mashed potatoes, they are good. They're way better than the way David makes them. I don't like baked potatoes now. I like them when you boil them. You boil the potatoes and you do put a little garlic, roast the garlic, and then put it in. But anyway. Bad for all, you're pretty funny. Boil them, mash them. Peel them, boil them, mash them.
A brand new dish for turkey for dinner, besides the chicken. I'm thinking of doing a crouton stuffing.
Yeah, that's going to be super salty.
You think so?
Yes.
What if I rinsed them off?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't rinse off.
Okay, I'll go with the old fashioned.
It's like,
you're right.
You might as well be eating pure salt.
Lynn, what about this modification?
You could do half and half.
What about this idea? Actually making a stovetop stuffing with ground turkey in it. with good, solid, organic.
You can make your own stuffing. Actually, you can do anything you want with the stuffing
No, I'm
because
not gonna
I'm
do the
not a
crouton.
stuffing fan.
Okay,
So
I'll do
I
that.
don't really care what you do because I really won't be eating much of it. I prefer, like, yeah, I just don't do the stuffing.
If I know
David's-
we're not making a turkey, we're going to have a Costco chicken. We're not going to make a unique stuffing, and we'll do the bean dish.
Yeah.
Okay. Keep it simple, and I guess we're.
I
talking
could
about
get a bag of
too.
pecans and do some pecan something.
That might be good. Yeah.
Do we have sweet potatoes or yams? I could make that anyway. None of those, Old Hoss or Mad Dog, none of that. Well, you know, I've done the turkey for a couple years, and then I've had before David's, I don't know what he does sometimes. And I'm like, and then a few days ago, like a week or two ago, we bought a Costco chicken. I was like, wow, this is tender, has the right amount of salt, and it was just good. And I'm like, this is what we should do for Thanksgiving since it's just a couple of us. Oh, I do not like White Castles. I don't like mustard. Anyway, I'm not a big stuffing fan. David is, so he can do whatever he wants with stuffing. And I just won't eat it. I wonder if they do make turkeys. Maybe if they do, I might Space Shuttle. If it's already pre-cooked. I don't think of that, Joe. Actually, I'm wearing a 32-degree heat underpants and a skirt. I agree with you to Old Hoss. How can you contact all the news networks to get him to go on their shows? People in Alaska eat whale. Interesting. Well, it's a it's a skirt that's like below my knees, but see? Well, that's just my leg. Ow. You couldn't even see my skirt. My skirt's brown. Brown corduroy skirt. Dark brown corduroy skirt. Anyway, I'm going to close out of this article that somebody sent.
So I was going to tell you, I told the other people that, but Tim Eyman's going to be running for governor.
Oh, okay.
I heard him today on a radio show, Dory.
What did you think?
I think if he has 56% voting for his plans, he could win against Jay Inslee.
Okay. I was asking, what do you think about you vote? Would you vote for him?
I would, yeah. I would definitely vote for him over Jay Inslee. That's one of the rare moments I would vote for a Republican. Not because he's capable of cutting spending. I think he's going to be just as disastrous about spending. But he's a tax cutter, and I like that. He said he'll never raise taxes. He'll veto tax increases. And they'll have to get 2/3 majority to overtake him.
Pretty interesting.
That's enough to win my vote.
Yeah, I don't really know what that is. I'm just, it's a Tesla coil or something, somewhat dragging. Where to buy pre-made turkeys for Thanksgiving? Whole Foods, yeah, it's like probably $50 a turkey. Trader Joe's, probably $50. Costco, huh? Wow. They're reared at a farmer-owned cooperative in southwest Michigan. Specially seasoned and available only through a Costco warehouse. I'll have to check it out. Thank you. I never knew that. I'll see if they have one. I just didn't really want to cook it. So if they have it, if they have a turkey, I might do turkey rather than chicken. I just don't really want to cook a turkey. Oh, and the kitchen, the one-stop Thanksgiving shopping guide for Costco. Thanks, Space Shuttle. Fully cooked turkeys and hams, 20 pound bags of potatoes, pumpkin pies, cases of wine, extra folding table or two. All right. Butter, eggs, milk, whipped cream, yeah. Celery, onions, bread, citrus, spices, maple syrup, brown sugar, coffee beans, paper towels, paper plates, disposable. No, not disposable. Anyway, that's pretty good. Organic butternut squash bisque. Stone milk kitchen apple and cranberry baked brie. Ooh, that does sound really good. That sounds very good. Vegetable and dip tray, of course. The Costco turkey. Fully cooked, yeah, fully cooked turkey breast. Oh, I have to look at that. Definitely don't want stuffing. That Stouffer's herb seasoned stuffing. David's better off with his crouton stuffing that he wants to do. I wonder if he did that last year. No, Lucius. I could, but I don't want to. But I'm not that. That's not me, just shipped. Yeah, exactly. David will make his own stuffing. Can we get back to the impeachment? Sure. I have not been following... Well, I followed the impeachment a little bit, like 2 minutes here and 2 minutes there, and that's about it. What do you think about the impeachment? I think that they finally had someone speak that is going to happen. I don't think I heard Dr. Fiona Hill. No, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that one. Shall I look at that? Yes, the soap opera. Okay, I'll look up that. Fiona schooled the oh. Dr. Fiona Hill. Interesting, okay. Universal curiosity. Well, that is very interesting. Thanks for that link. Okay. That's I would agree with that.
As Ambassador Bolton was trying to move that part of the discussion away, I think he was going to try to deflect it onto another wrap-up topic, Ambassador Sondland leaned in basically to say, well, we have an agreement that there will be a meeting if specific investigations are put underway. And that's when I saw Ambassador Bolton stiffen. I was sitting behind him in the chair, and I saw him sit back slightly like this. He'd been more moving forward like I am to the table. And for me, that was an unmistakable body language, and it caught my attention. And then he looked up to the clock and, you know, at his watch, or towards his wrist in any case. Again, I was sitting behind him, and basically he said, well, you know, it's been really great to see you. I'm afraid I've got another meeting.
And did Ambassador Sondland say who his agreement on this White House meeting was with?
In that particular juncture, I don't believe so. It was later, which I'm sure you'll want to talk about, that he did say more specifically.
And what did he say later?
Later, he said that he had an agreement with Chief of Staff Mulvaney that in return for investigations, this meeting would get scheduled.
And was he specific at that point later about the investigations that he was referring to?
He said the investigations in Burisma.
Now, did you have a conversation with Ambassador Bolton after this subsequent meeting with Ambassador Sondland?
I had a discussion with Ambassador Bolton both after the meeting in his office, a very brief one, and then one immediately afterwards, the subsequent meeting.
So the subsequent meeting, or after both meetings, when you spoke to him and relayed to him what Ambassador Sondland said, what did Ambassador Bolton say to you?
Well, I just want to highlight, first of all, that Ambassador Bolton wanted me to hold back in the room immediately after the meeting. Again, I was sitting on the sofa with a colleague.
Right, but just in that second meeting, what did he say?
Yes, but he was making a very strong point that he wanted to know exactly what was being said. And when I came back and related it to him, he had some very specific instruction for me. And I'm presuming that that's
what was that specific instruction?
So the specific instruction was that I had to go to the lawyers, to John Eisenberg, our senior counsel for the National Security Council, to basically say, you tell Eisenberg, Ambassador Bolton told me, that I am not part of this whatever drug deal that Mulvaney and Sondland are cooking up.
What did you understand him to mean by the drug deal that Mulvaney and Sondland were cooking up?
I took it to mean investigations for a meeting.
Did you go speak to the lawyers?
I certainly did.
You relayed everything that you just told us and
I relayed it precisely, and then the details of how the meeting had unfolded as well, which I gave a full description of this in my October 14 deposition.
Gotta wonder if maybe she's the whistleblower.
It's a subject the Secretary of State.
I'm trying to.
It's a subject the Secretary of State has repeatedly dismissed.
Even while all this noise is going on, you all are fixated.
Okay. Yeah, I did like, actually I did hear a little bit of Dr. Fiona Hill's testimony, and I agree with that she did educate people on foreign policy, and I think she probably made the strongest case against Trump that is there. I wasn't watching to watch CNN, I was watching to watch her testimony. No, I have not read that book. Have you? Okay, I'll look up what you say. Why do you want to finish it if it's boring? I know, I'm sorry. Sometimes I like to read quietly, but I am a little tired after working all week. But I was just reading about I just Googled Fiona Hill and Soros and something about, I was looking into that a little bit. Because someone over at iVlog claims that she writes for the Globalist and that she works for Soros? What? I didn't see that. Oh, I know. I am a little quieter than David. I don't have a couch. We do have these really comfortable like easy chairs, lazy chairs with lazy boys, whatever you call them. I don't think they're made by Lazy Boy though, so I can just call them reclining chairs. They're really nice. They were a going out of business furniture store, which was pretty good. Yeah, I kind of tend to agree. It is nice to be quiet. Sometimes it's actually better to be quieter. No, I'm sorry. I never did send you a shirt. I sent a shirt to Bish because I did not like that shirt. And Bish complimented me on the shirt. I thought if you like it so much, maybe you should have it because I don't like it. Are you new to the room, Lucius? I kind of like it. Definitely. Yeah, I don't know. I thought something. I agree. That would be my question. Trump person.
Okay, I'm gonna wash. So is that warm enough for you, that quarter outfit? Looks good.
Yeah, it was actually so hot in my classroom. I actually asked, is there a way to turn the heat down?
Really?
I mean, it was like
80.
It was so hot. I mean, we'd go outside and we'd be like, oh, it's so cold out here. We go outside, we're like, ugh, it's so hot in here. Yeah, it's weird.
Right. The woman did address, Fiona Hill did address the conspiracy theory that she's working for global elitists. Because, ironically, she's one of those innocent people that works for the global elitists as a bureaucrat that has no idea that there's a new world order plan. I believe the woman is actually telling the truth, Fiona Hill. I don't really believe that she's a knowing shill. Some people are just shills because they have a job. And they have no idea why they're doing what they're told to do, but chain of command, they have to do what they're told. So I don't really blame Fiona Hill.
I thought her testimony was excellent.
I thought it was great too. Mad Dog hates Fiona Hill.
Well, of course, you've heard me talk about her.
No, I'm not a fool. I'm not in any way. I believe she is covering for Soros. But why doesn't Donald Trump confront George Soros on anything? I ask all you Republicans this, and you can't come up with an answer. Because Donald Trump works for the global elitists that represent the New World Order, and George Soros is his friend. It doesn't take a lot to realize what's going on here. And thank you, Sarah. Great time. That was Sarah, by the way. So what do you think of these glasses? Do they make me look really like Freedom Fridays going forward? No. So you can like or dislike Fiona Hill. I'm not attracted to her, if that's what you're asking me. I'm not attracted to as a woman, but I'm not here to turn her into an object either. She's a shill? Okay, I agree. She is a shill. And if you want to refute her testimony and claim she's just lying through her teeth about the whole thing, she thinks that Ambassador Sondland is lying about Burisma not having anything to do with Biden, that no one knew that Biden was connected. Sondland insisted that he didn't think Biden was connected. And she said that's just BS. Joe says, Dave, you damn right. This time she's telling the truth. As a broad, lies a lot less than a dude. She may not. She addressed the conspiracy theory and the protocols of Zion. She wasn't an antagonist insofar as all she did was say that the protocols of Zion were BS. And most people who look at that document came off a Xerox machine. They think it's BS too. It's just painting out Zionists to be really bad people. As you know, I'm anti-Zionist. But I'm not like Hitler. I don't want to hate on Ashkenazis. How many Ashkenazis do you know they're nice, good? I knew a couple Ashkenazis that were not greedy. Well, not really. I'm trying to think. Well, there must be some in my life. Like, remember Anita? She got banned from the room. Mark banned Anita from the room. Can you imagine banning a woman who has a colostomy bag tied up to her body and had only one communication with anybody at any given time? We were her only contact with reality, practically. Anyway, I would go ahead and discredit 3 or 4 of those 12 witnesses. Go ahead. I'm going to say that 4 of them were lying through their teeth, but 8 of them, a preponderance of them, were telling the truth, meaning Donald Trump did a quid pro quo for dirt on Joe using our $400 million. Whew. Wow, I said it in one sentence.
And they're thrown in this liquid fire.
So there's a place for these people who are so greedy that they will eventually end up burning in hell. But right now we have to deal with them nesting with our president, who seems to be really greedy too. He called himself the king of debt. Here's a Trump supporter. Here's what a Trump supporter looks like, according to Scissor Fight. Oh, there you go. No, I think it looks more like Joe Biden. Yeah, I have solid evidence that number one, Andy Kaufman is Adam Schiff. That's a good one. That came up this past week. David, I recently started researching Tory. The more I watch, the more interesting it all gets. My question is, where are his facts from? Where did he get these numbers or so? And so killing 19 kids, mentioning being raped. He worked, Tory Smith worked for the MyLab child trafficking network. He was violated as a kid. Tory was brutally violated as a young boy and then grew up in that whole world of that network of, oh yeah. So he was trying to out Mike Pence, and that's all very real. Hang on, we got something here. Department of Justice confirms if indicted Trump to be tried as an adult, folks. They were thinking of trying Donald Trump as a child because of his behavior, but they will be treating him as an adult, so just so you know. You saw the Adam Schiff, Andy Kaufman thing? I thought that was funny. Well, let me get my thing. But you have a good point. The Trump supporters are kind of like that backwoods mentality. But I was just saying, doesn't he look a lot like the banjo boy from Deliverance? Joe. I mean, when you think about it, his face is identical to it. It's almost weird. It's like the banjo boy and Joe, rather. Yeah. Hearing from the butthurt left or the butthurt right. Let's take a look. Where to get ripped off on pre-made turkeys for Thanksgiving. You want to know where to get ripped off on your turkey? I'm sure I can give you a couple of tips. Go to the most expensive store you can find to buy your turkey, and then get the organic, non-GMO turkey. I guarantee it'll be about $300 out the door. I saw Naomi Campbell's pictures with private island in Turkey, yes. She's a model, she has a private island, and she did know Jeffrey Epstein pretty well, Naomi Campbell did. Well, wouldn't you buy an island if you were Naomi Campbell? Come on, put yourself in her shoes. Oh, look at that Illuminati thing she put on her island. Wow, look at that. Now, as you know, Naomi Campbell is deep immersed in the Mossad connection to Jeffrey Epstein. She was one of the stars that attracted a lot of the other, adult men. Oh, Naomi Campbell's going to be there? Yeah, this guy named Jeffrey Epstein, he's going to be there too. Oh, okay, well, what's he into? Well, he has a lot of friends, you know, and they're all teenagers, you know, and then they go meet the old guys, and then they have sex with the girl that looks almost 18. And meanwhile, Jeffrey Epstein is videotaping these things in the background. Yeah. Yep. So her activities with Jeffrey have been documented. I'm not saying she was a solicitor or a prostitute or anything like that. I'm thinking Naomi Campbell just liked to collect art or something, you know. But this whole connection to the Illuminati is very real. And when we talk about Zionists, we are talking about the New World Order, the Illuminati. I hope you understand that I'm not just targeting one group of people because they've never done anything bad. Now, we have a Mason in our show. I'm not going to say who it is, but he's a nice guy. He's a Freemason. He likes what he's doing, and he supports his group. He believes that they're being maligned by this group called the Illuminati. That the real Masons are perfectly decent people, and there's nothing to, you know, allege about a Mason. However, at the very highest level, there are some questions about their connection to the Illuminati. Naomi Campbell, the Mossad connection, Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. She's been to a lot of parties. She's used as one of those people that actually bring people in, young girls. But more importantly, adult men who say, wow, you got a star. Yeah, you got that star power. Man, she's got quite an island. Look at that. I love that that geodesic dome she's constructed there. Oh, wow. She didn't spare any expense, did she? Wow, look at that. That's the center of the eye. And here's a breakdown of how it's constructed. And its level of humidity, it's like a biosphere. Wow, you know, Naomi, you're doing great with the kind of money. You know how much money they make in that industry? Old Haas, he's just harassing you because you said you worked for Warren. No, we're not going to arrest him. We don't have the authority to arrest somebody who's a chatter. Well, you can have you have a feature on Vaughn that's kind of nice. You can actually mute him, and you won't see a thing he writes about you. Yeah, I have to do it all the time. Andy said he knows a lot of people that I can connect with. Well, if you think she was a prostitute or a madam, I don't really care, Tech. I mean, are you into Naomi Campbell? Did you want to meet her? Do you want me to give Jeffrey Epstein a call? I can call him at St. James Island. He should be there. After all, he did fake his death. The Illuminati has been wiped off a long time ago. The connection is that they need to infiltrate. They tried to infiltrate. They failed. Modern day Illuminati is nothing but a psyops used against the sheep to make them feel hopeless, and it works. It's just Satanism masked by the Illuminati. Well, I don't really know what you're talking about because, you know, at the very top of the Masonic cult is the 33rd degree Masons, which studied under Albert Pike, Dogma and Morals, in which he talks about how the 33rd degree Masons lie to all of you lower Masons. Read it yourself, man. And that you're fed a line of garbage. They, however, worship Satan, Beelzebub, or Lucifer, however you want to call it. And that's where I'm talking about, not you good guys. I'm talking about the bad guys who worship dark powers.
To burn forever and ever and ever.
So just don't worry about that stuff. Yeah, I mean, you're centered. You're grounded, man. You changed your Twitter and you expect to get new Twitter followers on your new name? So you're keeping your other Twitter with 54,000 followers? You realize that they're censoring everybody now. Okay, it's not like the old days, man. Now, why are you bringing Walla's picture into the show? I think it's a pretty interesting picture you have out there. This is Walla's picture. His new name. So you kept your old one? 33rd degree honorary David, an idiot on the street with money can get a 33rd degree honorary, being a Knights Templar fighting the Rosicrucians. Okay, so here's his Masonic image that he has here. Everyone's shaking hands and everyone's got a knife behind their back, and then he's got that. That's a pretty good picture of you, man. What, did you dress up for a wedding and have some professional photographer do your work there? Nice going, man. Dave, old Haas, I raped you? Well, I don't think anybody can be I raped Trump-tardo. Well, you know, I was out on the Ponderosa, and there was a coyote that was giving me that look like I was dinner. Now that was eye rape. And I had to scramble. Heck, I was like the rifleman out there. Dun 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 dun. And I grabbed my rifle and I shot that coyote right between the eyes. Square. With my AR-15 if I had one. With my .22 rifle. People are so worried about an AR-15. We saw that it's just like a .22 rifle. It's perfectly benign. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, check this out. Yeah. These are many of our presidents as depicted by their faces. And this is all we have left is their face. That's it. None of you don't even care about most of them. I've got Ulysses S. Grant, Rutherford Hayes, James Garfield, Chester Arthur, Grover Cleveland. Yeah, William McKinley, assassinated. Theodore Roosevelt. I like Theodore Roosevelt. He's my favorite guy because he built the industry that we started profiting from. He helped us into the 20th century. I'd like to help us into the 21st century, but we haven't really adapted with modern technologies that could save the environment, have we? Oh, so you're allowed to change your handle and keep your 54,000 supporters? That's kind of cool. At least Twitter gives you that. I like James Madison too. We went to James Madison's home this past year and saw where Dolly Madison and he hung out and entertained people. He was a smaller man, and we got a chance, Sarah and I got a chance to meet. In fact, that's where I bought this tie. I bought this tie at James Madison's house in Montpelier. But we had a chance to meet a guy who stood there or sat there and talked to us, and he looked a lot like James Madison. And he is their standing James Madison performer. And we had a 20-minute conversation, 25-minute conversation with him. He looked a lot like this. I'm working on the conversation between Alex Jones and Mr. Rogers, but I have to work up a script. But Mr. Rogers will be way more into conspiracy theories. Okay, I'm going to go with that idea. I like that concept. Okay. But anyway, we're doing this this conversation with James Madison about how the country was formed and how he was the guy who pretty much built our Constitution and checks and balances. And I raised common questions about, in our current time, we have lobbyists who control all three branches, even though the Supreme Court says they're not bought off. Nobody's hurting for extra money over there, if you know what I mean. Kurt, yeah, we actually ran a story today about Brett Kavanaugh. Talk about sleazebag. Yeah, it's a little known story that just popped up in the news. Yeah, I'll bring it up. But anyway, James Madison's experience was great. The guy really stood behind everything he fought for, and the accountability from government. We haven't had accountability from government. We really need to get that back. But here I was tweeting today. Yeah, here it is. Apparently Joel Kaplan of the Facebook fame, the executive, Joel Kaplan, helped quarterback his friend Brett Kavanaugh's nomination for the Supreme Court. Yeah, Facebook executive Joel Kaplan helped quarterback Kavanaugh's nomination. And I asked the question, you think maybe that's who paid off the $200,000 that he owed? Now, Brett Kavanaugh could be bought off pretty easily. And that James Madison did not want our country to have people like him in office. So Sarah and I had a really good discussion with that man. Yes, I saw Tom Hanks has a collection of pictures of shoes and gloves that are all alone, like some sort of an abduction has occurred. And then all of Tom Hanks becomes Mr. Rogers. How weird is that? Yeah. It's like he's hiding in plain sight. Yep. And it's ironic, as Mr. Rogers, he would have had to have kids on the set with him too. Something to think about. Any allegations about Tom Hanks, all we have right now is this collection of weird pictures of gloves, of kids' gloves and kids' shoes, all alone. He has this massive collection of just single gloves and single shoes. Weird art collection or photography collection. Really weird. But I mean, is that a law that he's breaking, having a weird photography collection? If it was, Tony Podesta would be arrested right now for having art like Jeffrey Dahmer in his living room. This is Tony Podesta, who lives 2 doors down from the Obamas. They can go visit Tony anytime and they can see his lovely art collection, which is absolutely dark. It's from Born of Hell. Here he is posing with a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer deceased body that was found. You think you're hot shit, don't ya? How dare you? I should do just voices all night long. This is all wrong. I should be in school. But isn't that weird? He has a big collection of young kids on top of his wall in the back room. He's got this weird collection of kids too. And there's James Alefantis, his buddy, and Tony, yeah, and the Obamas. The Jeffrey Dahmer picture in the corner there. Pictures of kids in underwear. Oh yeah, this is not illegal for me to show you this because this is Tony Podesta's collection of art in his basement. I'll bet there's a tunnel between his house and the Obamas. I wouldn't doubt it. I don't have a warrant to go see it though. Dude, that guy was irrelevant every time you asked for it. You keep coming in asking for the most ridiculous things. You don't know why you've been permabanned over here? Oh, gosh. Poor guy just can't understand what's going on. That's his problem. You see, he's in the Matrix.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
He's clearly in the Matrix, Mr. Anderson. I understand Matrix 4 is coming out. Yeah, isn't that cool? You're a nihilist. Drinking is the only way you can tolerate the human species, but you're destroying yourself in the process. Is it that you hate the humanity that you want to destroy your own liver? Yeah, we will create AI that will survive the killing of all organic life on Earth. That's a given. Even if AI takes over humanity and survives all human DNA life forms, and all we have are roaches and Autobots and cyborgs, I'm sure that that's a big strike for the human race. You did a good job, but it still doesn't prevent you from, that inevitable reality that we haven't done anything but create zombies. David, have you looked into why people are dying from vaping marijuana? Yes. It's definitely microbutanol, known as Eagle 20 on the market. It is a fungicide, moldicide, used in the production of grapes. When applied to marijuana, heating it has an outgassing of cyanide, which creates cyanide residue in all of the titrates, the derivatives, the dabs. So yeah, and our government hasn't done a damn thing to set the record straight with marijuana legalization, so we haven't really controlled how the growers grow these. And frankly, if I had my way, magically, I would order organic production of all food, except when it's absolutely needed to use pesticides and herbicides. And we would take on the integrated pest management program that the government should have adopted about 50 years ago, but we didn't. So cyanide is an outgas of microbutanol, and Eagle 20 is the big culprit. That's my personal belief, and I think I can draw some direct connections. I don't think it's necessarily the fruity vape problem they're having with vitamin E, but why not eliminate vitamin E too? But I certainly am not in favor of making vaporizers illegal. That's really bad because so many more people are smoking cigarettes now. So here's the State Department releasing documents that show how Giuliani's smear campaign against Yovanovitch reached Pompeo. Wow. So Giuliani was going after Yovanovitch big time to get her out. She probably was such a goody two-shoes, she stood in the way of some side deal where Giuliani could pull some money like Hunter was making, or like Paul Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi's son, is making. Mark kicked you out and sent you an email saying don't support ATP and give him content links? Are you serious? Could you send that to me? Yeah, could you send it to americasthirdparty@gmail.com. You can just copy the letter, or if you want to forward it to me, that's great. Yeah, that's really amazing. I've heard similar stories. Yeah, Mark is like strong-arming people. It's weird. I think they pay him a lot of money, so he has to feel like he has to do something. But people are targeting me big time. They know I'm growing rapidly. Okay. Yeah, that's a close-up of his picture. Yeah, that's a pretty good picture. Yeah, it's contemplative, intelligent. So the information contained in this communication from the sender is confidential? Oh, so he actually put a disclaimer on the letter to you? That's really intense. Well, disregard the letter, of course, but you can certainly copy the contents on a text pad and send it to me. Hi. Yeah, you're on. What can I do for you? No speaker. Yeah. 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 Right. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Heavy stuff, man. And I've been dealing with censorship on our show. It's been unbelievable, nonstop censorship. So yeah, I know where you're coming from. But I appreciate your it's beyond belief. I know. It's unbelievable. Yeah. No, that's okay. No, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's heavy duty, man. We're at the center of the storm here. I'm in the vortex of the political spectrum. So we are growing. Lots of people are watching us. And more importantly, the people that are worried about us are watching us really hard. And they're the ones that are hiring all these goons to come after us. We've got people coming after us daily. Anyway, thank you for your concern. Okay, take care. Bye-bye. Oh, Biden receives immunity from prosecution in a felony case, according to CNN. Yeah, well, you know, they haven't...
I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting $1 billion. I said, you're not getting $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, 6 hours? I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting $1 billion.
Okay, so this is a 20-minute video about Biden and CNN defending his position. Well, I approve of Donald Trump's efforts to expose the underbelly of the Democratic corruption. I applaud that. I do. But I also applaud the Democrats' effort to expose the underbelly of Republican corruption with Donald Trump and the Russian oligarchs. Don't get me wrong, I think they're both corrupt. So it's not impossible for both the left and the right to be equally or disparately different in some ways, but equally corrupt. All right. There's a guy who really stood for a decency in government, and to see this travesty take place in his separation of power government, where people are bought off left and right like Brett Kavanaugh, it makes you really wonder, what's it all about, Alfie? All right, let's take a look here at this gentleman who is a Colt 1991 A1 Series 80 Chapter 2 with Hickok 45.
Here. Good to see you. It occurred to me I have had a deficit in my life lately. I have not been firing any of my 1911s enough. So I'm going to try and do something about that right now.
Oh, he's going to fire his 1911. He must make his own bullets, because I don't know anybody who has as many rounds going off in his backyard as this guy does. But he teaches people the safety of weapons so that you know that if you have to defend yourself against a home invader, it could happen to any one of you. Look at Connecticut. Look at Dr. Bennett. In a state that doesn't allow home defense weapons. Dr. Bennett's wife and 2 daughters had no weapons. They were taken over by 2 guys, raped, and then killed. And Dr. Pettit has absolutely no recourse other than to think about this nightmare over and over again. You can say whatever you want about these people. They're out in the open. They're telling you who they are, and yeah, they're people that are expressing themselves openly. Many of you are hiding behind sunglasses. Hickok has a progressive press, no doubt. You know your gun press terminology, Howie. Are you watch a lot of those shows, or are you a gun enthusiast? All right, so and Biden is receiving immunity from prosecution. That's a 20-minute video. We'll play that tonight as well. Yeah, why not? You know, I enjoy the after show just as much as the regular show, simply because I get a chance to do more in-depth reading and play fun videos. So I think that's one of the keys. Okay, here it is. The State Department has released a group of documents that show how Rudy Giuliani's smear campaign against U.S. Ambassador Maria Yovanovitch reached. And I'm clicking the link, and view on MSNBC. Okay. It's kind of a weird way to lay out your videos, but sure. Okay, I'll play that later tonight. We're letting the mainstream media kind of lead here because
we have breaking news. Moments ago, the State Department released nearly 100 pages of records in response to American Oversight's lawsuit seeking a range of documents related to the Trump administration's dealings with Ukraine. You might have heard Rachel talking about this on her show. Those documents have just been released, and joining us now by phone is Austin Evers, the executive director of ethics watchdog group American Oversight. Austin, thank you for joining me. I'm just looking at your press release about these documents. You're saying that among the records, they include emails that confirm multiple contacts in March of this year between Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and Rudy Giuliani, at least one of which was facilitated by the president's assistant, Madeleine Westerhout. Tell me what you are learning. I imagine you've just received these documents, so you haven't...
Madeleine Westerhout, remember she was fired over some ridiculous thing she said in a press room? That looks like Westerhout maybe somebody they should call to the stand. I really hope that Schiff continues this line of questioning and gets deeper into it. I don't really have a problem with the Senate calling Adam Schiff and grilling him on all the money sources he has. I doubt they're going to bring up the fact that he's a relative of George Soros. Like I said to all of you people on the right wing, Donald Trump isn't doing anything to go after the deep state. You keep saying he's fighting the deep state. He hasn't really stopped anybody, but he's made a lot of stories up about how Ukraine was involved in our election. There's no evidence at all. Here's the State Department releasing Ukraine documents to American Oversight. Thanks, Akira Hidiotora. Yeah. 100 pages of response to American oversight lawsuit seeking a range of documents related to the Trump administration's dealings with Ukraine. Emails confirm multiple contacts in March of 2019 between Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and Giuliani. So this is the same story pretty much, revamped. Okay, well, we'll see as the records reveal how deep that connection was and what exactly they were calling on, because obviously this is part of official business, and if it wasn't a regular rail, like William Taylor said, run through Giuliani, they were running two formats for our government's approach to Ukraine, one of which overtook the other toward the end, and the quid pro quo became an issue. I know, I'd show you the PP tapes, but I have a copy of them. I can't, though. Morally, I'm not going to denigrate our president. I'm not going to show you allegedly sitting on a chair with two women urinating next to him. I'd rather show you this guy who decided to build his own little lifestyle, and he went solo as a MGTOW. It's a dude, not a transgender. Yeah. I really don't have the time to show you some sex tape. Do you want me to show you like still frames of it? Of Donald Trump sitting there with his tablet and the two women are peeing on each other? Because I never saw the peeing. It was blurred out. And I just saw some bare butts, basically. Yo, Dave. Well, I'm sorry I kept you from enjoying the rest of your evening and having your happy ending. I think it's everything about you is kinky, old hoss. I think you've been... What is this? Hang on. Whoa. This is an amazing video. Somebody sent Sarah. I'm going to show it to you. This guy takes off from the side of a vessel with a jetpack. Whoa. Wow. No need to take a trip on the water when you can go to the other place with a jetpack. Landing has got to be a little bit tricky. Whoa. I am impressed. Now he goes back after... No, I thought he was going to land at least, yeah. Do you ever get that? No, I was never looking for a used dentist chair. I think you're a bot. Totally unrelated to the conversation. These bots are popping up now, Scissor Fight. We're now dealing with chat bots attacking our show. You want to do Mile High Club in space? Maybe you should talk to Elon Musk. He gets high on crack. And he has this great idea that keeps blowing up on the tarmac. Isn't that amazing? Thank you for that. That was fun. And then, of course, we did a little bit of Naomi Campbell's private residence on her own island. Yeah, I wonder what her connection is with Jeffrey now. I wonder if Jeffrey's visiting her. Oh, hello, Naomi. Oh, golly. I'd love to be with you, Naomi. Tonight we unveiled the car of the future. Yep. The truck of the future. Elon Musk's new Tesla truck, which looks like a wedge. And I heard about this 13-year-old boy arrested for plotting a mass shooting at his middle school. Probably some MK Ultra victim being brainwashed, you know, like Nicholas Cruz. There's still no evidence.
Investigators say the bloodshed was planned for today at this middle school in Los Angeles County, a mass shooting plot foiled.
You're right.
After a 13-year-old student with access to this weapon allegedly threatened to open fire on classmates before deputies made a chilling discovery at his home.
We recovered that firearm and some other things that are an important part of our investigation.
After officers obtained a search warrant, investigators say they recovered an AR-15 rifle, a high-capacity magazine, 100 rounds of ammunition, a list of intended victims, and a drawing of the school layout.
I never thought it could happen here. That's terrifying.
Multiple students overheard the school threat on campus, and teachers emailed the administration about concerns raised by the students.
Guys, looks like he just finished his second drink for lunch.
With a 13-year-old boy taken into custody for making criminal threats.
Multiple shots fired.
The arrest comes just a week after a 16-year-old high school student in nearby Santa Clarita shot 5 class.
All right, let's not revive that one. We still don't have any verification and no bodies, no morgue autopsy results, nothing. You know, this happens all the time. All across the country, kids threaten things on notes and things. This is like a regular thing. Yeah, I mean, this is going on all the time across the nation. They're making this the big news story, though. Oh, yeah. I'm glad they intercepted it. But wouldn't it be wise for us to put security guards at the very least in our elementary schools? I mean, that's a no-brainer. I have no idea why we're not just doing that. At least we have a chance to stop a dangerous situation from happening, but the reason why they don't do it so that nobody's blamed, like those early arriving police officers at the Parkland shooting in the Marjorie Stoneham Douglas school. One guy got arrested. One cop got charged with serious crimes for not actually doing anything, standing outside, waiting with his gun. I think the whole thing was a complete rigged operation, just to make it look like it happened so that we would all be afraid of guns and then want to have gun control, which is always the big thing. More highlights from day 3 of the impeachment the other day.
And you think they would be interested in Joe Biden threatening to withhold U.S. loan guarantees unless the Ukrainians fired a prosecutor who was investigating Burisma?
President Zelensky explained that more than, or just equally with the financial and physical value of the assistance, that it was the symbolic nature of that assistance that really was the show of U.S. support for Ukraine and for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I think he was stressing that to the Vice President to really underscore the need for the security assistance to be released.
This afternoon, your former boss, Mr. Morrison, is going to be sitting right where you're sitting, and he's going to testify. And I want to give you a chance. I think we're bringing you a copy. I want to give you a chance to respond to some of the things Mr. Morrison said in his deposition. Page 82 of the transcript from Mr. Morrison. Mr. Morrison said this: I had concerns about Lieutenant Colonel Vindman's judgment. Among the discussions I had with Dr. Hill in the transition was our team, its strength, its weaknesses, and Fiona and others had raised concerns about Alex's judgment. When Mr. Morris was asked by Mr. Castor, did anyone ever bring concerns to you that they believe Colonel Vindman may have leaked something? Mr. Morrison replied, yes. Your boss had concerns about your judgment. Your former boss, Dr. Hill, had concerns about your judgment. Your colleagues had concerns about your judgment, and your colleagues felt that there were times when you leaked information. Any idea why they have those impressions, Colonel Vindman?
Yes, Representative Jordan. I guess I'll start by reading Dr. Hill's own words, as she attested to in my last evaluation that was dated middle of July, right before she left. Alex is a top 1% military officer and the best Army officer I've worked with in my 15 years of government service. He is brilliant, unflappable, and exercises excellent judgment.
Colonel Vindman, would you call yourself a never-Trumper?
Representative, I'd call myself never partisan.
Now, they went after Vindman in talk shows. Laura Ingraham actually got John Yoo on the line with him. John Yoo attacked Vindman, claiming he was, being a former Ukrainian, was committing espionage by doing what he did, exposing the president's behavior. I mean, the Republicans, all they could do is attack the messenger. That's their only defense. It's been happening over and over again. I don't think he's a traitor at all. I think he's standing up for the country and what is right, and obviously Trump working a side deal. It's called espionage. It's actually, the quid pro quo is far worse than just one hand washes the other. The quid pro quo is, like I said earlier, an attempt to extort and bribe. We're extorting out of Ukraine the time it takes for them to go without this money, denying them the $400 million which they needed for their defenses, which was set to go. That was extortion. And bribery, because Donald Trump got something from it. He'd get something in return, a favor. Dirt on Joe Biden. So it's more than just quid pro quo. It's extortion, and it's definitely bribery. No, the guy's not a traitor. No way. No, I don't believe it all. No, he's not representing Ukraine. No, there's no evidence to back that up. He's got a full-on lawsuit against Fox for defamation of character. You're not allowed to actually post anything in the show with anything from that location. That server that you just sent is a fallacious server. It's run by a woman pedophile. Don't ever put it in the room. All right? Busserin. He likes to type in caps. Saugus crisis actress.
So you telling me I can't talk to her?
Okay, here we go. 153. The Saugus crisis actress Mia Page Tretta and her horror film acting family. It's all fake. Got a 6.5-minute video coming up tonight at the top of the hour. We'll lead with this one. Okay, so this is a deep digging effort to find the people named in this event at the Saugus massacre. And these people who do this research and put music behind it is actually a really good service, because it takes the time to do that and to verify, do these people actually exist? And for many of these cases, we haven't even seen them actually existing. The decedents oftentimes don't even exist in that area. Happened with the Sutherland church shooting. There was no evidence of any one of those people living in the area of the Sutherland church shooting. Very weird, other than the pastor. We have looked under the definition of quid pro quo. Yeah, in fact, I'd be more than willing to give it to you from Webster's dictionary. It's a favor or advantage granted or expected in return for something. Yeah. That's not extortion and bribery. Does that say a favor or advantage granted imply dirt on your political opponent, which is valued at millions of dollars? You know what dirt on your political opponent could be worth in a political campaign? That's not just some favor or advantage granted. And expected in return for something is extortion, because Ukraine couldn't defend themselves because they couldn't get the funds. And this is during a transition government where they're running out of money from a previously bad administration of Poroshenko. Zelensky is trying to hold it together with the funds he had, barely able to defend his country against Russian endangerment, and they're such a predator, Russia is. I'm surprised you Republicans are so easy to bend over and lubricate and ask Russia to stick it in. But man, you're having a real serious love affair with Putin, you Republicans. I can't believe how you're behaving without any regard for how our nation's election process has been breached. Oh, of course, you won, that's why. You want to cling to power. That's unbelievable, unscrupulous behavior for you to put your own personal petty partisan gain in this country's election, cheating, allowing him to cheat, Trump to cheat, and then not even thinking about its dangers to our economy, to our democracy, and to our way of life. You're really screwed up the way you're endangering our country. So you will inherit this country if you want that power right now, because what you'll be is a zombie waiting for the inferno.
People really need to know this. They need to know that there is no coming out of that place. And they need to know that on the day of judgment in the book of Revelations, God shall speak and death and hell shall come up in the universe. They don't go into heaven. That's in Revelation chapter 20. And there, when the books of life are open, those people in hell, their books was never washed in the blood of the Lamb. And that's what it's all about. We have a book of our life in heaven that right now, if you're not born again and you're not saved, what happens? They keep recording your bad deeds. You just know that. But when you get born again on the earth and that blood washes you clean.
Okay, well, we had enough of that. I know calling anybody a racist for doing blackface is absurd. It shows you how mindless the Democrats are. I'm amazed at how the Democrats just prejudge everybody. Julia Roberts as Harriet Tubman was a racist idea, but that's quite common in Hollywood. I'm sorry, but I don't buy into this BS liberal NBC News event to call this racism. No, that's ridiculous. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. We have freedom of speech in this country, and you Democrats don't realize that. If it was not quid pro quo, and if it was not a done deal, period, yeah, I see that he plays the videos to make himself look more stable. Who are you talking about? Blackmasting? Backmasting, I have a question for you. What is 6 plus 6? Could you answer that question? Yeah, I'm asking you in Vaughn chat room. What is 6 plus 6? Yes, what do you need, 439? What is 6 plus 6, blackmasting? What is the number 6 plus the number 6? I'm going to show you something, folks. We're watching something, a phenomenon happening in real time right now on our show. And we are kind of the litmus test of all this crap that's happening. This person doesn't know the answer of 6 plus 6. See? This is what is called a bot. It's a chat bot that was developed. It's an AI fake chatter. I'm going to ban it. But believe it or not, they are being used by our government to intercept a lot of our open chat rooms and drop these things in and push others out. I'm just telling you that's what's up. Yeah, if you went to a public school, 6 plus 6 would probably equal racism. That's actually a better answer, just shipped my pants. But some of you may not be real, and it's already happening on Facebook. Zuckerberg had to put together a whole series of filters so that they could knock out sources of Russian propaganda that were actually driven by Autobots. And these Russian propaganda Autobots are given a subset of key tag words, and they then construct sentences out of them. They were in the early formation of this about 5 to 10 years ago, but now they've synthesized this into a responsive, reactionary chatbot. You were called by an FBI agent once claiming to sympathize with your views. Yeah, I just don't trust what is going on right now by the FBI. I'm sure there's some good FBI agents out there, but they're not doing the detailed research they need to do. I would have skip loaders out on Jeffrey Epstein's Orgy Island with cadaver dogs. I mean, no stone unturned. We really need to get to the bottom of what happened there. There's dungeons on that island we've never even seen publicly. Our government needs to look into this. Mark Epstein, the brother who inherited this, he should have a subpoena to open up the island for further investigation. We've allowed this to happen for some time. A country that doesn't do any checks and balances, no monitoring. It's ridiculous.
Way I talk, right? That's how I talk. That's how I talk. So you tell me how to talk. Yes. You tell me how to talk, officer. Oh. No, you're not gonna yell and curse. You telling me how to fucking talk, right? No. So the last time so you tell me how to fucking talk. You telling me that how to fucking talk. Are you serious? No, nobody's gonna fucking tell me how to talk. You're not my God, not my parents.
You're gonna be
You are not my
keep
God,
on
not my
yelling,
parents.
okay?
You cannot tell me how to fucking talk. I was leaving a message. You fucking went in right there to stand right there to listen to my conversation.
This is where I work, man.
But you're supposed to be over there. You're supposed right there. When you saw me on the phone, you quickly came right here to listen to my conversation. And I quickly hang up the phone.
Well, this is a woman fighting back. I don't think she's going to be physically beaten by these cops. They were pretty respectful of her. So, it can go down in a nice way. I don't think, again, violence doesn't really prevent violence. Violence begets violence. Well, of course she can barely speak English. She's dealing with a different subcultural language, colloquialisms that are inherent in her native tongue. Now, you have to understand, say you're driving down one of the major interstates in any major city and you happen upon a local area and your car breaks down. That was one of my biggest fears when I used to go to Newark from Long Island on a few trips I made back east. One trip I had to borrow a car from my uncle. It was rickety and it was barely running. And it was like, I'm going to be driving like 3 hours straight from Long Island to Newark. I'm going past some of the roughest areas of Harlem. If that car breaks down, I can't guarantee the safety of this vehicle. I may abandon the car. I said that to him. I was like, seriously, dude, why don't you come with me? He wouldn't. So I had to drive the whole vehicle across, rickety and all bad tires, across the entire Cross Bronx Expressway all the way into Newark. For what? To risk my life? Because if you have to adapt to a local situation and you look the way I do, you have to start talking, I can't escape the fact that I look like a white guy, right? I could put on any language, it wouldn't matter. Man, you're a white person in our neighborhood and I'm going to take you down. That's how it is. So you got to watch out, especially if you are say you're a black guy in a very, overly racially profiling area. They're going to be watching your car, and that's not right, but that's a reality. Privacy and smartphone apps will play tonight. Yeah, why not talk about how your smartphone is breaching your privacy? I think that's very relevant, for sure.
This is Marketplace. 4 Canadians, one big surprise. Hey, Jason.
Hey, how are you?
We've been watching you on your smartphone, and we've hacked into your entire personal life. I will play it. Thank you. Yeah, so we have fun on our show. It's important to know that we don't broach subjects that are a waste of time, like QAnon. I'm not going to stand there and say that QAnon is functioning and that we're actually seeing progress with Trump stopping the deep state. That's a crock of crap. Trump has merely used this as an excuse. Shadow needs her. Help, help. Thanks for hanging in and writing in my chat rooms, Shadow. David Twitch says hello. Not sure if you can see it. I know. I say hello to you too. You're one of the few people that hang out there for some reason. We're not getting big exposure over at Just Chatting. I updated the room a couple of minutes ago and it hasn't. Addictions are created by trauma-based mind control from Stanford and Tavistock. Well, yeah, I mean, many people turn to addiction because it's to kill the pain created by the programming in their life. I don't dispute that at all. Public school can drive people to the brink of not even functioning. We need to have a much more holistic view toward kids and what they want to do in their life. If I could somehow clean blank slate you, all of you, and give you a new opportunity to do something and you were a kid again, I'm sure you'd want to go be a fireman or, maybe just play video games all day. Why can't you play video games all day? What's preventing you? All I can tell you is that if you go back to your childlike state like Trump has, life is a lot simpler. But if he is confirmed and indicted in the impeachment process, he will be tried as an adult, so you know. I know he acts like a kid, but, He will be treated like an adult in this case. Nothing to worry about. Other people who could easily serve some time, possibly be tried at The Hague, would be this guy. Henry Kissinger. It's really a new world order. Yeah, don't sound like his mom or dad. Thank you. I know. We're not here to chat to be treated like, our mom or dad is treating us. You don't want that. Henry Kissinger thinks that AI is extremely dangerous, that it poses a huge risk to mankind. I tend to agree, but I wonder why he's the one who's the architect of that AI system. Why Henry Kissinger created it. We hear more about the dangers of AI from people like him than the dangers of an alien species taking over. We are watching you. You are seen by all the cameras. Just kidding, I'm not an alien. I just thought it'd be kind of funny to be, Anyway, I think AI and aliens have a lot in common in that way. But AI is more dangerous, more realistically dangerous. That's right. You're one of the best chatters in the world for a direct insult. I mean, there was Rodney Dangerfield. Yeah. And then there was Don Rickles. And then there was Techwalla. It really is. He's the next level. I think it was Don Rickles and then Rodney Dangerfield. And then now there's Techwalla. I'll tell you, I get no respect. Hit yourself in the nuts so you don't breed. You're kind of the new wave of chat interaction. Oh, you're opening a bakery in New York that specializes in food from around the world. It'll provide room for 9 employees on each shift. It'll be open 24 hours. Well, that's wonderful. Yeah, that's really, really, really wonderful. Yeah, I'm starting to salivate just thinking of all the good food you're going to make. You know what I'm talking about? So hopefully you won't be making any hot dogs because those are still illegal, right? That's great, man. At least you're doing things that'll hire people. This man, for your money, is going to hire 9 employees each shift just to cook some great food in New York. I admire your entrepreneurship, sir. We need more people like you. Yeah, he's pushing the envelope, but I mean, Techwalla's got a way of expressing himself that is unique to him on the internet, and I think he should just keep doing what makes him feel good. What I like about these social interactive platforms, as much as they are censored, they are still a venue to communicate. And I really love that aspect. I couldn't do this in China. They'd shut me down and haul me out for re-education. So I'm thankful to live in America to be able to do this. It's bad enough knowing all the things I know about the pollution in our country, the chemtrails that happen daily, the inside deals between some of the darkest people out there, like Podesta, good friends with Stephen Colbert. I mean, what's that all about? I mean, all these things we know are like weird. We wouldn't be able to talk about this in China. Now, Trump said something absolutely ridiculous today. It sounds almost like he's completely lost at times. Yeah, it's yeah, we need accountability. We all need to be able to at least find accountability from our own personal life too. All right. Let me show you what he said. He offered China a happy ending. Oh, it's just beyond belief. Trump slams Ukraine. He wants a trial. Got that much. A happy ending? Question mark. POTUS won't add human rights to the trade talks with China in honor of President Xi. So basically, he's refusing to add human rights to the agenda for the trade talks. But he says if President Xi would meet directly and personally with the protesters, there would be a happy and enlightened ending to the Hong Kong problem. And I wrote, happy ending? Question mark. And it's almost absurd that he thinks that President Xi is going to meet with the protesters. Whatever. Yeah, thanks for saying that, but I'm not, no one's going anywhere. If it weren't for me, Hong Kong would have been obliterated in 14 minutes by China. On top of what he just said, that they could have a happy ending. So he's holding back 1 million people in his mind by just asking President Xi to be nice. But he really wants President Xi to meet with the protesters. I'm going to say the likelihood of President Xi meeting with the protesters is 0. He doesn't understand the Chinese people, apparently. He would be losing face if he were to meet with these common protesters. In his own country of China, that's not something a leader of his stature would do. But he could pass a rule that honors the separation and self-rule of Hong Kong till 2047, and in respect to judicial arraignment on prosecuting people, which is really the issue that people are protesting about. If President Xi would communicate with the people of Hong Kong, that would mitigate the problem. That's all he'd have to do, not talk to them. So,
we have state senator
or talk with them. I think just communicating a message like that is a pacifying message. Hey, this is pretty good, yeah.
Scott Wilk, who represents this district here in Santa Clarita.
Come again?
She was very concerned, like, we're going to be okay. Just little doggies who wanted to go out.
All right, we're getting a really weird mixture of media mixes here of various fake shows, and this guy who keeps talking and smiling after the Saugus shooting in Santa Clarita. He was smiling, and we're going to have a little video of him in just a bit, but I'm wondering how much of that is copyrighted music. Will Ferrell, exactly. We've got issues there to talk about, sure. We just saw a very disturbing video of Will Ferrell mocking human trafficking of kitty clowns. Science cannot understand certain things. During the 1970s and early 80s. Oh yeah, he's smiling and blinking a mile a minute. You're right.
On potty, and we kept him in, and we heard the house and little doggies.
Okay, we'll play that again later. It's definitely a mind trip to see a guy laughing and smiling and blinking while he's talking about a terrible incident that happened. I believe that science has missed a couple of areas that human transmission and wavelength transmission occurs. Yeah. The reason why science can't capture or understand a soul is because science can't even understand hormones. So don't expect a lot out of science, okay? We know that we have hormones in our body and they interact with our neurons and they provide a complete symbiosis, almost like a symphony of orchestrated activities called the autonomic nervous system. And this activity going on in the background is, our science right now is oblivious to it. People don't even know what hormones are and why they interact. Endocrinologists have just a scant amount of knowledge. We know about 5% of what we should know. So when you say science has confirmed there's no soul, nor God, nor afterlife, science can't even cure the common cold, sir, to this day. So don't say science has determined that there is no soul or afterlife. How ridiculous. Science doesn't know diddly squat about diddly anything. We don't even have pure science anymore. We have a bunch of bastardized, bought-off expert witnesses that speak on behalf of corporations. You don't wash your hands? Why? You live in China. I would think you'd want to wash your hands, another brother. Do you want to go on camera from China? You can. Or you're in Taiwan, right? It's about time. Yeah, it's morning there. So you're just letting your body get used to the germs and you're living like a Slavic pig? Hey, yeah, let's ask any of our... Scissorfight has a question. David, do you have any satanic worshipers on Vaughn Live? I know Reptoid is considering Satanism. Isn't that right, Reptoid? You were looking into becoming evil last week? I said, well, not everyone needs to go to Satanism. Just remain an atheist. It's so much better for you. Akira Hitiatora says, no such thing as a soul, only the illusion of one. Hey, there have been people who've actually seen like misty things flying over bodies when they die. Yeah. How do you explain the Shroud of Turin? The shroud that Jesus was wrapped in, that's been carbon dated back to the early time in which Jesus was laid to rap. Now, I don't think Jesus did any rap, but if he did, he'd go hip hop to hippity to hippity, hip hip to hop. You don't stop rocking till the band stops loving Jesus, until the band of the boogie to be. No, but I mean seriously, if you were to see the Shroud of Turin, how do you really understand how that happened? Because there's an energy form in our body that is only read with Kirlian photography. Kirlian photography was developed by the Soviet Union back in the early 1970s, which give us a clue as to the level of electromagnetic activity that's going on in our bodies every day. What if I told you that the reason why you sleep is no different than your car battery picking up a charge at night when it sits there overnight? Believe it or not, your car battery gets a bigger charge sitting overnight than just sitting for a few minutes. Sleep is a way in which our battery recharges. Well, our brain and our body are all interconnected, the mind-body continuum. So we as humans know so little about this connection. To say that there's no such thing as a soul is absurd. Absolutely absurd. You'd like to just write off all religion because you don't like religion. I get that. But bear in mind, there are things you don't understand that cannot be explained by science. Any type of empirical thinking that someone might apply to everything can't be repeated necessarily as a scientific experiment. There's experiences that happen like unidentified flying objects that land. Can science explain that? If I showed you pictures of crop circles, could you explain crop circles completely? What if I showed you pictures of crop circles with orbs flying around it? Could you explain that? You probably spend hours looking at crop circles and orbic activity. We don't know what orbs are.
I mean, on one particular occasion, I was camping somewhere not far from this area, actually. It was horrible, cold, windy, dark, rainy night. I had a sudden urge to look out of my tent, and I unzipped, looked out, and there's an orange ball of light. Big globe of kind of goldeny, orangey light hanging in the sky, which seemed to be about 30 feet over me. I mean, the hell was that? It was anywhere long enough to just for me to notice and reaffirm that it physically was there, and then blink out, and that's it.
That's a photograph of it right there. It blinked out and disappeared in the air. I mean, how do you explain that with science? Science. So don't think science can solve everything. There are things that are mysterious beyond our comprehension. But I'm not here to be able to clarify your concerns about UFOs. I've seen UFOs and I have no idea how they operated. To this day, as a kid, I remember at 7 years old, I saw about 50 UFOs in the sky, all discs, identical discs, floating in an array and moving as a solid array through the sky. Not like birds flying in a V pattern, but we're talking about like and then gone. Turns out that same year, that same month, that same day, there were 200 other people that saw the same thing I did in Orange County, California. And I found that out from MUFON. A sighting occurred the same day at the same time this summer. I think it was June of 1967. My suburban tract home in Orange County had huge strawberry fields out behind it. There weren't suburban tract homes around me. We were one of the first to be in the Orange County area, one of the first to arrive. And there was this big field of strawberries out in front of me, and up there were these amazing discs. And then gradually all the houses were built, and now it's suburban central, the whole area. What about those lines, the Peruvian Nazca lines? Yeah. How do you explain that? Some people believe that we're celestial transplants, that our attempt to understand God is really to understand our origin, that we are somehow not quite like animals, that somewhere along the line we transferred. Now, those are evolutionists that think that, but oftentimes they're intelligent design evolutionists who believe in a higher power, like God. But if it's God that you're looking for, I'm sure you'll find it in textbooks and Bibles, and but you're only going to get a feeling like reassurance that you're on the right path, son. You've chosen the right religion, and everyone believes the same way you do, so welcome. And don't stray from the path or you'll be a heretic and burn in hell. I actually believe in ghosts, yes. I believe that there's spirits. I believe there are interdimensional spirits that do exist. I felt that for a long, long time. I've had a few encounters that are very unusual and I cannot explain with science. Personal encounters. Einstein said, the more I understand about science, the more I believe in God. That's a really powerful statement. How does David do this every day? Well, I do it because nobody else can. I happen to have the ability to do this, so I do it. If you're good at something and you can get out and do it, do it. I don't need money to keep doing this. And that's what really pisses off the ultra elitists. They can't stop me because I'm not based on a financial gain concept that so many others live off of. This desire to constantly make money drives almost the entire world, and it causes a lot of dissension. Yeah, well, if you look at life itself on the planet being the construct of a God, all life, animals, plants, humanity, earthlings. If you see even the insect world as part of that same scenario, then you understand that we are slowly killing off the planet, but there are insects that will survive even the worst toxic pollution we can throw at it. So it's almost as though life is indestructible on this planet under these circumstances. But if we lose our atmosphere and we become like Uranus, the gas planet, then we will be doomed and all life form will cease. And somebody said, well, maybe artificial cyborg life will be the only thing that will exist after that. Maybe. I don't know. And that's our last footprint. Humanity's last footprint is a cyborg, able to live in any environment, under any circumstance. Okay, For Your Money, I got to ask you a question. What is 3 plus 7? Yes, For Your Money. What is 3 plus 7? And I know this is a simple math question, but I just have to ask you what that is. Okay, good. Well, we're having a problem with some people posting tangential thoughts in the room. Could be robots. Could be chat bots that are been installed. 90% of 4chan is run by chat bots now. But Nunes would probably say it's 12, yes. 2 plus 2 equals 7 or 5 or something, not 4, according to Devin Nunes. Devin Nunes put on a really bad performance, in my opinion, defending the Republicans' line of defense. Questioning the witnesses was done more by some of the other Republicans, Jordan and others. But I, at this point, believe that the Republicans aren't really relying on logic to respond. They're relying on emotion. And everyone who supports Donald Trump is emotional about it. They love him. So they're appealing to those people to cling to the vote and to maintain the support of Donald Trump. Okay, now you're talking about Tory Smith, a young man or an older man who died exposing Mike Pence being a child pedophile, allegedly. And he also claimed Mike Pence killed children. And you're saying he does come off as a homosexual. How do we not rule out that he had AIDS and perished right in front of our very eyes? We can't. The descent of his illness, the rapid descent, within 2 months he went from what appeared to be a normal person to a completely almost near dead. I mean, I'll show you the pictures of his transformation. Very powerful. Tory Smith was kind of a champion of human rights and trying to expose child pedophilia and child murdering. And he claimed that Mike Pence killed 54 kids.
Hello, my name is Tory Smith, and I've been a witness to children who were raped and murdered in what's called the My Lab child trafficking operation. And there are 40 locations nationwide, and there's one here in Indiana, state where I live, and which brings me to today's report. I do reports of this child trafficking operation, number one, because I don't know of anyone else that does. And these children need as many voices as they can possibly get, because hundreds and hundreds of children are abducted. Anywhere from 25 to 400 children are gang raped and murdered a day in this system. On the 27th of May, Friday, 264 children were brought in from the Air Force, SOCOM, and NATO. 15 of those children were brought to Indianapolis, to the Indianapolis My Lab.
He's reading this off some piece of paper.
Which is what I would like to do today's report on. Indiana Governor, child rapist, and child murderer Mike Pence has murdered 54 children.
When I first heard this, I thought this guy is off his rocker. He read off of some piece of paper he had, like a printout. It's weird. Anyway, it was only a couple months later, and he did shows every day on YouTube, and his shows are still posted on YouTube. 2 months later, this was Tory Smith.
My name is Tory, and I want to thank you for the support and prayers and awareness that you brought to what's going on in our country about child trafficking. I think this is going to be my last video for a while.
Anyway, I've never seen somebody descend that quickly. Now, I've seen AIDS. I've seen AIDS victims. I've seen Steve Jobs live 2 years looking like he did, but he went in 2 months, Steve. This guy did. Tory did. Hey, Vapin Wally's in. Hey, man. Another brother's in, too, from Taiwan. Hello. And you stopped washing, and he's letting germs take over his whole body because he feels it'll build his defenses. Don't you develop any crotch rot or anything? You know, do you have to deal with that? Like, crotch rot could be pretty bad. You could develop bleeding, festering sores from not cleaning, but allowing your body to just turn into a germ-ridden, infested, just to build your defenses. Don't you think you should take a shower once in a while? How's it smell? Pretty good. Okay. Well, I like your idea of just building your defenses, especially if we're saving water and you have a high water bill. I would rather not use wet ones and instead take a rag of water in a dish, you know, if you're saving water. Wet ones seem so toxic to me. Anyway, thanks for watching us on camera from Taiwan. No, he's just a guy who lives in Taiwan. You know, he's in the trenches of the conflict between Taiwan and China. He's just living his life like any other person. You are welcome. That's it. You can cuss all you want. Yeah. You didn't like Tory Smith. I could see that. Well, a lot of people sense that Tory Smith was gay, and he probably was. It's also true that Tory Smith was sexually abused as a child, and that's how he knew about Mike Pence, because he had a whole litany of things that he knew about this MyLab human trafficking realm. And a lot of the emails that he sent to Mike Pence were never turned up because Mike Pence never presented any of his emails.
And children were, so many children have been murdered there. And then he was sent to Indiana. And he was drugged at the Indianapolis MyLab, and he was raped 13 more times there.
Wow.
And the last rape, he was murdered by Mike Pence, who choked him to death during rape. And that was the 54th child that Pence murdered. And of course he's being protected by the Indianapolis, Indiana Attorney General's office located in Indianapolis by child rapist and child murderer Greg Zeller, who as of this date has raped 22 children. And
whoa, so we got Greg Zeller of Indiana. I mean, this guy was in the network and of child rapists or victims of child rape. Indianapolis. There are 3 records for Greg Zeller in Indianapolis. But it was a 19-year-old named Gregory Zeller is not the same Gregory Zeller. No. Well, Attorney General Greg Zeller recently had a letter in the Indianapolis Star. So he does exist. 2013, Greg Zeller existed when Mike Pence, when this story was made. A jaundiced look at the world we live in, Sheila Kennedy. Fight the culture war on your own nickel, Greg. Attorney General Greg Zeller recently had a letter in the Indianapolis defending his decision to file yet another friend of the court brief. Whether one agrees or disagrees, the attorney on his merits and participation. Zeller has shown a seemingly proclivity to weigh in ostensibly on behalf of all Hoosiers on so-called culture war issues unrelated to Indiana. So there's a dialogue going on about this guy named Greg Zeller. So, yeah. Who knows? The most intriguing thing about this is the exact numbers and actions, who, where, and the age of the victims, the amount of times this or what has been done to that being. Yeah, it's almost like Torrey Smith was the record keeper, and he worked at this secret agency of weirdos. Have you guys heard of the Finders from the 1990s and the Franklin Group? That's a pretty interesting story. Oh, it's 10 o'clock already. Wow. We got full disclosure. The Freedom of Information Act presented the entire document that the FBI has on the Finders, including the arrests of these weird cult-like people back in the 80s and 90s, and a record of all their arrests. I was reading through the amazing amount of material and police records and arrest warrants that had happened to these people called the Finders. And every single time these guys were arrested, they got a pass from up above. Every single time they got hauled in by cops for having children with no parents and no real reason to have these kids in poor and deplorable conditions. I mean, with peeing on themselves and all this stuff, living in vans. Every time they got off and got out, they were given release forms and were not held. Somebody above them let him go. In fact, the Nebraska State Police were investigating the Boys Town situation that the Franklin Group was involved in late 1990s. And the Nebraska State Police got a call from the FBI saying, stand down, cease and desist your investigation, when they discovered that the entire child trafficking ring went all the way to D.C. The FBI told them to stop investigating it. So, does the FBI know more about child trafficking than they let on? I'm sure they do. You guys care about the kids, but our hands are tied when our own police officers aren't doing the detailed work that they need to do to get the real criminals like Jeffrey Epstein. And to think that he got away and didn't get wasn't killed, and this current narrative they're pitching that he was murdered is just another deflection and a diversion from the truth that he's still alive, that his body was not actually in the autopsy room. And there is evidence that they didn't have any DNA tests done on him too. Jeffrey Epstein was pretty much taken away. The FBI is the final word. They're not doing any investigation beyond what they've already done. We have to assume that Jeffrey Epstein is protected. There's no way that they're going to be able to haul him in. There is no way this guy that is shown here in the photograph is Jeffrey Epstein. His nose does not match. His ear definitely does not match. And even the bruising on his face would indicate a malicious fight or some sort of an activity. You know, it looks like he was hit with a baseball bat. His whole ear is inflamed. You can see that. And that's post-mortem, which means it happened and then caused his death. There was no swelling, no time for swelling. So that type of an injury is indicative of a struggle. The guy who came in, Michael Baden, was supposed to sign off on this as a suicide. He did, which is strange. And then he changed his entire story to say now he thinks it's a homicide. That's not him. And when they looked for a DNA test to verify, Baden has said that there was no DNA test done. Right, this is a bombshell story. I'll show it to you right now and close out and get the videos going. Yeah, this is pretty serious when cover-up after cover-up is going on in our country and nobody can stop it. That's why we need a third party, so we can get some accountability from these corrupt people. The two parties won't even bring this issue up. They would consider it a conspiracy theory if I talked about this. Thanks, another brother, for coming in. Yeah, always nice to have people use cameras. It's good. Okay, we're going to be moving on to the video section, but let me show you this link right here. True Pundit. Michael Baden comes in and says, the video, Epstein medical examiner drops autopsy bombshell, no DNA test conducted to confirm Epstein's identity. Not unreal. I'm looking for the video. Okay, we'll start with that now. Okay, moving on. We're going to put that over there in the queued area, and we'll play a couple videos right away. And we'll be on our way to a good evening. 3 more hours of videos all the way to 1 in the morning. Thanks for coming in. We'll be back tomorrow with Sustainable Saturday. Starts at 5 p.m. It's also the anti-war rally, if you're still following that. It's not the same old thing at all, no. No. I am. I've predicted all of these things that were happening. The impeachment, things that happened with Donald Trump. He did follow a lot of my lead, though. You know, he's pretty much running his own little side route. Yes, the same guy, Michael Batten, was OJ's coroner, too, and I believe that there were mistakes made. Okay, yeah, we got a few things. We'll get right into it. Thanks for coming in, everyone. Good night.
The taste of love can be until you let me pick the fruit of the forbidden tree. You swept me off my feet, my heart stopped to beat, 'cause you made me melt away.